Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October 31st, Halloween, Dia de la Muerte. Or is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow. Anyway, my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room as always, and William and Draw, etc. Great, you guys can hear me. See my screen. So, guys, there is a ton of action this morning. Take a look at my earnings play. Can't even fill it, or I can't even show them all. There are just a ton of earnings plays. So what I've tried to do, maybe pick out a few that people might know. But let's take a look at Root first, okay? Root is not, well, actually, Root is an earnings play. This is, I don't think most people probably don't know this company that well. It is not Roots, okay? It's not Roots in Canada. It is Root. They are an insurance company. So this is a huge pop up here for Root, 90%, low float, 9.2 million in the float, blasting through that 200-day moving average. Starting to fade a little bit here. 500,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short, so there is that. Peloton. Now I know somebody, I can't remember if it was in the main room or YouTube yesterday, asked me about Peloton. What did I think about it? You know, and I don't think like that. I don't think, okay, I think Peloton's going to have great earnings, or I think Peloton's going to have awful earnings. At any rate, here it is, earnings play, and it is that's a big move, 20% on 345 million in the float. So I do see that they have. I don't know if this guy was announced today, Peter Stern as the CEO. I don't know if it's actually was announced today. So earnings today, and I don't know if this was planned today. Anyway. So, I don't know, maybe some breathing new life into Peloton. Roblox, guys, RBLX. RBLX, another earnings play. And this, look at this, blasting through all that on the weekly chart, on the daily chart. And this is, no, it's not even close to a lifetime high, but man, that's a big move with that float, 21%, $500 million in the float. That is a big move. Sure, Paula, give me a moment. There's a link to the main room. So just click on my homepage link. Okay, I'll give you a link right here. Click on my homepage link, and at the top you're going to see trading room somewhere. It'll be a link. Okay, you'll see trading room at the top, and just click on that, and that'll get you into the room. Okay. So yeah, we're in for a negative open, guys. I don't know if it's all to do with Microsoft. Now, Microsoft had earnings. I mean, they look good and all, but you know, if what I read, you know, markets may be afraid of how much they're going to have to spend, AI, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, this is Microsoft now. Big deal. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average now. Through the 200-day moving average. I think that was before Coach Chris about with Peloton and Costco, but I don't think it was today. Meta falling also, not as much as Microsoft. Microsoft's down 3.8%, but I guess more importantly, through the 200-day moving average. But also Meta had earnings also, all these after hours yesterday. Down a little bit. L, Estee Lauder. EL, guys. So yeah, this is an earnings play, and big gap down on earnings. Another 22. These are big moves, you know, with these floats. 22% down with a 230 million float. So that's a big move down. EL. I read your comment about Estee Lauder, PJ. LI is also China EV. LI is an earnings play. Another one gapping. Sorry, it's not gap down through the 200, not yet anyway. Let me check China overall. I just want to see if China overall is weak. Not really, just going to flattened out now. AMIX is here. Let's see if it's still holding its gains. Not real. Wow, look at that. I mean, it got up to $22, back down to 13, still up 32%. Very, very, very low float. Well, I think that's what the market is worried about, future AI cost issues. Yeah, so that was a massive drop, really. I mean, I know it's still up 33%, but I mean, that is a massive pullback for AMIX. Uber, Uber's been quite the star. Not today. Yeah, Uber's been quite the star. I mean, at one point it was an all-time high, I think. Yeah, look at that, 81%. So when it was up here, I think this was an all-time high for Uber. It's been drifting down before earnings, but look at this now. There is a 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? It's around $72. So it's sitting at around 73.30 right now. So a little bit above the 200-day. And that is Uber. And let's take a look at Lyft. Lyft is not an earnings play today. It's probably this week or next week. Yeah, next week, November the 6th. So Lyft is weakening along with Uber. Okay. But Uber is down more, I believe. Yeah, Uber's down 7%. Lyft is down about 2.5. IP. Now, this could be an interesting one, guys. IP, kind of on the lookout for one of those ones that could have an all-day run. Okay, IP, not an all-time high or anything like that, but it's broken out nicely on the weekly chart. It is an earnings play. Not a, it's a, it's a big float, which is kind of what we want for maybe these all day plays. We don't want something that can be really, really volatile. Thank you, Torday. I do appreciate that. I mean, I'm not 100% going to shut down YouTube. I mean, I'm not even sure I'm allowed to. But okay, every 3 months, I say the same thing. You know what I'm going to say, guys? When I put this symbol up, what am I going to say? I brought the symbol up. What am I going to say? There you go, SSG. How did you get that? You wrote that very quickly. Anyway, who the heck keeps using eBay? But anyway, eBay is down today. It's an earnings play. And I know hands going up. I don't, but I know there must be out there. Some of you eBayers still. So, in all seriousness, I mean, 58.61 might be $58, maybe a bit of a support area. Hood is also an earnings play. Again, I'm just trying to pick off some of the ones that are kind of known. I mean, there's tons and tons of earnings plays. And Hood is down. Hood is down on earnings. Down on earnings, but it is trying to recover. Look at that 5-minute chart, trying to recover. I mean, if you'd looked at this daily chart ahead of earnings, you would have thought, okay, the market is kind of betting that earnings are going to be pretty good. Reaction to earnings going to be pretty good. Robinhood's matching bonuses eating into profits. All right, stock is falling. Got to get through these. What time is it? Excuse me. What time is it now? 9:09. So EVGN. Another one that big gap up. $5. Just cut $2 off. Still up 23%. They announced a collaboration with Google Cloud to pioneer generative, generative AI foundation model for novel, small, like molecule design. Okay, well, so put Google and AI in the press release, popped it, but now on the way down. Well, you mentioned draw. You mentioned CFLT, and this is an earnings play. I did not have. I didn't. No, there's just so many, so many. So it's actually approaching now. They release after hours. You can see if you can see my 15-minute chart. You see the mauve area. That is the after hours. Yesterday after hours. So 2765 looks like around the high. Roku. Let's take a look at Roku. Roku is another one that people know. Roku is an earnings play. I mentioned this one because look at this. The Roblox is just ripping here, guys. Still making more highs, more highs. But look at Roku, guys. ROKU. Look at that 200-day moving average. Broke down through it. Okay, earnings play, and the next low looking left looks like on the weekly chart anyway. Not that far away. Then a dollar 60 or so. I mean, I guess that's far enough away. On the daily chart, is that the same? $64. So yeah, that weekly low that we see in the weekly chart and that daily low look about the same. So there is some room for Roku to keep moving down if it wants to. I'm going to date myself here, but the last thing I bought from eBay was a Scotty Cameron. And if you don't know what a Scotty Cameron is, the heck with you. I saw that trying to make it a little more homey or something for Starbucks. The guy said we're going to try to make Starbucks a little more homey. Get back to that cozy atmosphere. All right, one more to take a look at that I had written down. TNON, TNON. So still up for the day, 21%, but it is another one of these little bios that pop in the pre-market and then really start to give it up. I haven't seen one that's like one of the small ones. I haven't seen one of the small ones really holding their own yet. Hey, good question about SMCI. Let's take a look at SMCI. What is it doing right now? Still down, man. 5%, another 5% below yesterday's low. Any interest in NXL? NXL or NXT? Let's see, NXL. I see NXT as an earnings play, but let's take a look at NXL. Okay. Well, any interest? I mean, could be. Announces. So this is Alzheimer's play. This was yesterday's announcement. Okay, it's an Alzheimer's play. This was yesterday, or sorry, the 28th. So I don't see any news today of it. But I thought you were going to be talking about NXT. NXT is also an earnings play. NXT is an earnings play. Next Tracker. Don't know these guys at all, but it's an earnings play. Up 16%. Pretty big float. Playboy. I'm hearing Playboy. Over $1 now. PLBY. Okay, so the market was, a little bit weak yesterday. So, and we're in for a negative open. We're in for a negative open, but the market has sort of rebounded a bit. Okay, but we are in for a negative open. So let me take a look at a couple of the. Oh yeah, what about Cap? Yeah, how about Carvana? What happened to it? CVNA. Wow, up 13%, guys. 13%, big move for Carvana. RBC raises its target to 270. Needham raises it to 300. Baird 240. So a lot of the analysts are coming in on this one. Right, Piper Sandler 225. A lot of analysts are piling into this one right now. Piling in with their opinion. I don't mean buying it, but okay. Well, great reaction to earnings for Carvana. A lot of egg on face by these analysts that are saying it was going to zero a few years ago, a couple of years ago, I guess. But anyway, and amazing. So who knows? I mean, we laugh about Peloton. We laughed about Carvana. I don't know. I mean, Peloton, who knows? I'm not saying, pile into this one. And I mean, it seems ridiculous to me that Peloton could keep running, but probably would have thought the same thing about Carvana. All right, guys. So what I want to do now is take a look at XLE Energy, see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average, still below. I think we saw healthcare yesterday. Didn't healthcare break down below the 200-day moving average? Yes, it did. It closed below. It, I'm sorry, it did not close below. It got below it, but it closed up here. So it is still a little bit above the 200-day moving average. And then we've got retail XRT that has been drifting down and still hanging above. Take a look at financials. I think are still pretty solid. Yeah, you can't even see financials are still pretty solid. All right, guys. OP, OP guys, OPI. Let's see. What is it doing and why? So this is an earnings play, and it is a gap down 28% on earnings. Okay. Band, BAND. Wow. Okay. This is an interesting one. Earnings play. Not a lot of volume. That's probably why I didn't look at it earlier. Not a lot of volume yet. 28,000 shares. Used to see this one a lot. I remember these days. I remember this day here, or this week, went from 11 up to 21. So when you look at Root, the next high on that weekly chart is 79.63. So it's a little bit above that. And then so really the next high is 86.48. So I mean there is room. Okay, guys, want to make sure I haven't, you guys can still hear me in the main room. John says he can't. So just got to make sure, do a little sound check, make sure the sound is still alive. I have not changed anything. Okay, so it must be on John's end. Thank you, guys. Rely, is this an earnings play? Yeah, Rely is also an earnings play, guys. RELY, Rely through the 200-day moving average, big gap up through that. 22% move, not a lot of volume yet. I'm amazed how many, now this doesn't have a lot of volume, but I'm amazed how many ETFs now there are for all these different companies. Here's Uber, okay? So UBRL, not a lot of volume, okay? I'm just saying that right now. There's not a lot of volume, but you wanted to, if Uber ever turns around for you, so Uber is down 7%, okay? A little over 7%. So this one is down 14% because this is the double. And there must be a short version of it. I don't see where it is here because that would be up 14. Well, that's because more than, I don't know what the short version is. How about UBRS? How about UBRS? Let's just see if that makes sense. Nope. UBR long. So I don't know what the short version of this one would be. Oh yeah, I mean Tesla, of course, all the big guys, but there's so many of them now. I'm just talking to Monkey in our YouTube room. So many companies now seem to have these long and short versions and different multiples. Two seems to be the same. Here's Starbucks as an example. Here's Starbucks. So Starbucks is if you look at Starbucks, it's probably down 7%. Okay, this is the two times. Must be the two times. Maybe not. Just give me a moment. Usually it'll say two times. Hmm. Well, yeah, I heard NCLH on my Gap Up scanner. I heard it, and it is an earnings play, trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results. So that, yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of earnings plays, guys. It's almost, it's great to have a lot, but almost gets overwhelming. You try to figure out, well, which one should I concentrate on? Well, there's so much, Coach. I mean, it's hard for me to know which one is going to be the one, right? You talk about AVTE trading higher after the company announced an all-stock transaction merger agreement with Jade Biosciences. Okay, I mean, you look at the stock. I mean, it's been flatlining for weeks. So for me, almost for sure, again, I'll be back to my old ways and not trading in the first 15 minutes, even if I do see something in that 10-day daily breakout. Well, I'll probably see something. I mean, I'm sure we'll get some alerts, but all right, guys, 9:24. So what I want to do now is get the layout that I use once this market opens. All right, guys. So I'm now ready for this open. So Mobileye is not an earnings play. I think it had earnings yesterday, didn't it? Oh no, it has earnings today. Sorry, pre-market didn't really see this one. Mobileye, MBLY. So this is moving on a weekly chart anyway. There's still room, 1457. So not quite a dollar to that next high. Okay, so L. I know PJ really likes this L as a potential short at the beginning. There was a ton of stuff happening. Now, I swear some of these things are made up. So 927. Let me go over some of these. So 7:30 we had the Challenger job cut report. 8:30 we had initial jobless claims. That's fine. I mean, remember we used to just have maybe two a week, the CPI and the jobless numbers, and that was about it. And okay, so we've got the initial jobless claims at 8:30. 8:30 we also had the personal income and outlays. 8:30 we had the employment cost index. Now 9:45 we do have the Chicago PMI. So that's the next one on the calendar that could affect the market short term. 11 o'clock we've got the Treasury buyback announcement. And then at 2 p.m. we've got the Treasury buyback results. I'll be gone by this time, but we have farm prices at 3 o'clock. So the next one really is at 9:45, the Chicago PMI, which can affect the market somewhat. Okay, short term, of course. And guys, I've got the large cap gainers from the open. Now I may have to. What time is it now? I've got time 9:29. Yeah. Okay. So less than a minute to this market to open. Well, first of all, let's have a great trading week, everybody. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the small cappers or the one without. Going to have to hurry here to get it loaded, and then I want to see how it affects my machine. Didn't do it right. Whew, just made it. Just made it, guys. I'm going to put this one over in my other monitor because this will be very active at the beginning. And depending how my machine acts, if I can keep it up, great. If I can't, all right. CFLT guys, CFLT on the move here. Of course, this is an earnings play. Okay. Here is your ELPJ. So Root is making a high here, guys. Wow, look at Root go. Root is making a high. And Peloton is making a high. When I say a high, I'm talking I'm talking market highs. I don't know if they're taking out the pre-market highs. AVXL. Yeah, my machine is starting to. You know what? Buy. Lots and lots of action right off the bat, guys. Of course, Lemonade is an earnings play. LMND is an earnings play. Big pop up right here now. IP guys. Now I mentioned IP is potentially one of these ones that could be an all-time, an all-day hold. Could be. It's an earnings play. Held its gains in the pre-market. It's had a pop already. It's broken free on the weekly chart. Let me just quickly look to see where it is on the monthly chart. Where is the next high? So it looks like 56, 57, and that was 4 years ago, guys. 4 years ago. So I don't know. Is that going to be any sort of resistance? I don't know. Now, if you want to go long stuff right now, unless it's a real alpha stock that's trading on its own, this is what the market's doing right now. Okay, right now. So yeah, we're in red territory right off the bat in a big way. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down. TNON guys, TNON. Yeah, there was a new CEO for Peloton. Yeah, it's not just an earnings play. A new CEO, yeah, coming from Apple and other jobs elsewhere. TNON, guys. So above the whole number 419 is the high here. Well, so far there was no pullback for NCLH so far. However, there is some weakness now for Carvana, CVNA, weakness in Carvana. Still up for the day, 14%, but there is some weakness now. Is Etsy? I think Etsy might be an earnings play, right? Etsy? Yeah, Etsy's an earnings play guy, ETSY. Earnings play, the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Got room, 57.28. A lot of volume already, 1.2 million in them have traded. Big float, 118 million in the float. eBay is weakening here, guys. eBay earnings play, EBAY. My goodness, look at Root now. Look at Root now, guys. Is it just an earnings play? Is this just an earnings play, or was there some other unbelievable news? I mean, it's an insurance company. This is sort of like a bio type move. A lot of shares available. Boy, just short. I mean, it's all about the float, guys. I mean, 9.2 million in the float for a stock that's almost $100 is really, really low. Really low. All right, we've got a halt for was this flowers? Isn't this the 1-800 flowers? I don't think people send a lot of flowers at Halloween. But oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, FLWS is an earnings play. Next low looking left is 735 or so on the weekly chart. 739 is the next low. So AMIX just got halted on the way down. Okay, AMIX just got halted on the way down. This little one, JCSE, was halted on the way down also. So another again earnings play, guys, is ATEC. Big float also. I mean, this is a big float. 100 million in the float to be moving 35%. And Needham with a $13 price target on it. $20 by Wainwright. And all these headlines are from Interactive Brokers, okay? All right, this one I did not see in the pre-market. MDXG is popping up here, guys. I had a lot of price alerts earlier. I can't remember when I did all this. As all those orange lines, kind of messy looking right now. But MDXG, it's not a low float, 146 million in the float. These are big, big moves with these sort of floats. And it's an earnings play, yes. It passes estimates. All right, now, guys, Roku is on the way down right now. I mean, crazy moves. mean, look at this. It got up to $68, and now it's right back down to 63. Now, when it got up to $68, it actually reclaimed the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. So here's KHC. So this is the little scan I created yesterday. It's a more like a top list showing stocks that had earnings yesterday or the reaction to earnings yesterday, and now maybe well, it's not quite a continuation. I mean, we're sort of looking for continuation on the way down on something that's been down, but it is over. It is now over yesterday's high, and that is KHC. All right, guys, HX, kind of interesting. If you got the AI, you know why. And also, take a look on a monthly chart. Let's see where it could go. Wow. So the next high in the monthly chart, it's almost there, 810. So it's almost there. You can see if it can take out that monthly high, taking a look around that area. 817, that's approximately, I know I'd be giving up some, but look at this. If it can take out that monthly high, I mean, the next high is around 12. So it could really get going if it can get through 8. What's the float? It's a big float, 100 million in the float. Anyway, put my set my alert there. Excuse me, and see if it happens. So this that came up on the scan, guys. The here's a stock had earnings yesterday above now, maybe a continuation. Just looking at some of the ones on the 10-day breakout now. Just wanted to see if there's anything that's what did that IP keep doing. Not bad. I mean, this is the one I sort of thought might be the could be an all dayer IP. Okay, earnings play, guys. NVST is an earnings play. NVST earnings play. It is pulled back. The VWAP's at 2220, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. If it pops through the VWAP again, maybe it gets going. I mean, it's still up 14%. It's a big float, 171 million. I'm going to stick a price alert around 2228 and see if it because it wow now it just dropped down to 2182. Okay, so L has popped a little bit for on you, PJ. You're probably not in it yet, but I'm afraid to look at root now. Here is Altria. I was going to say Mosaic. Altria, guys. MO is an earnings play. No, this is another one that could be one of these all dayers. I mean, look at the float, 1.7 billion in the float. So, this could be one of those ones that just kind of keeps, inching, holding its gains most of the day. Okay, APTV guys, this is a gap down and go. This is an earnings play and it's continuing down. Okay, this is APTV, a gap down and go. Okay, a gap down and go for APTV. Now, this is another one that I do have up and running. I said I would have this one up and running during earnings season because I get a lot of stocks that gap because of earnings. And look at APTV go, guys. APTV. Yeah, I'm going to go over this one. What time is it now? 9:46. I'm going to go over this scan in about 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. It is one of the ones I'm sharing. If you want it, you just go to my homepage and go to the scan section and you'll see it there. It's called gap continuation or reverse. There are 4 scans in there, including the one that nailed APTV. Here's another one. I mean, look at SMCI. SMCI. There's another gap down and go. Give me a moment here, guys. I want to get rid of all these previously triggered scan or alerts. Well, watching ATAC here, guys. This is an earning. This is earnings play, but I have my alerts at just over $8. There's Hood on the move on the way down. Also, guys, Hood on the way down, gap down and go. I'm not in this one. 22.71. Boy, it's got room. About $2 to that next low on the weekly chart. Let's take a look on a daily chart. Well, the next low on the daily chart's a little bit, well, quite a bit closer. 24.20 is the next low on the daily chart. Consequently, I will not take that trade. Boy, SMCI just getting crushed here. So the market tried to have a little bit of a pop up here, but sellers have come in. So, I do have a large cap losers from the open also. Okay. I don't have that up and running, but you might want to take a look at that one. That is one of the ones I am sharing. Bud. I wonder if Bud is an earnings play. Bud. Bud is an earnings play. BUD. Bud is an earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. Pretty big gap down, 5.5. Well, that's more typical, when a float like 100 1.69 billion, usually, you get, 5% moves, but we're seeing some huge moves, like 18, 20, 25% moves, even with massive floats. Okay, RGC just got halted on the way up. Okay. Well, it's got room, as you can see, 1260. Let's just see where it could open. So I'm exhibiting this screen for the first time today. Okay. Now, please listen to me very closely. This blue screen you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's a symbol. There's the halt price, 935. This column is trying to show you where it could potentially open once it resumes the trade. Typically, they are 5-minute halts because of volatility. Okay, so if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:55 plus 5 seconds. So again, nothing to do with trade ideas. Here's a cheap one, guys. Is OP is an earnings play. OP is trying to come back. OPI trying to come back. Still down 20%. All right, guys. ATAC, look at this. It's getting closer to that level. Okay, guys. ATAC, ATAC, ATAC. ATEC, ATEC, ATEC. Now, how you trade it? If you're going to trade, if you're trading it, just be aware that what's the float? What is the float? Give me a moment as I have to reload the single stock window. Now it's going to tell me the float. Yeah, I mean it's a big float. 100 million in the float. That's a big move. Is that right? Draw, did you look at another site just to check that? That seems very high. Just give me a moment. Well, it appears that that is the float. Okay. Okay, because in that dilution tracker, when it's a large market cap, it doesn't show anything. So I guess it is. I mean, that's a big float. Whoa, 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 whoa! DJT just got halted on the way down. Looked like it was going to start running, but this just got halted on the way down. When I heard in my text to voice on this one, I thought, okay, it must be ripping higher or something, but no, that's a big drop. And there's the 200-day moving average is looming below at $35. Probably another earnings play, guys. Twilio, TWLO. Yeah, another one. TWLO. Another earnings play. Okay, let's see where RGC opened. Gosh, a lot happening. RGC, no, it was halted at 9:35. You know, you're my machine, YouTubers. You're on life support now. So again, I'm going to put my homepage. No, wrong. Just give me a moment. Wrong link. Just going to ask people in YouTube if you don't, like a lot of you don't even know there's another room. And when I say another room, I call it the main room. A lot more action, lots more action among traders. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, right at the very top, right at the very top here, you see trading room. Okay, I would ask you maybe to come into that room because I'm not sure I want to keep YouTube up and running. Right now, Rich, right now, fine. But it just has its moments, and that's why I put myself on mute a lot of times, and I forget to get out of it. Anyway, Roblox, RBLX. All right, so earnings play, guys, and this is actually looking pretty good. I mean, had to move up here, a little bit of a drop, and but it is still very strong. Lemonade, LMND is a strong earnings play. Also, look at this one go. LMND. Holy smokes. Look at Root now. And this is also an AI play. So, we get a lot of comments. I mean, how come your AI just looks at cheap stuff? Well, here's Root. Alert was at 94.20. If you miss it the first time, you can see that if you can see my that blue arrow, that was that's where the alert was. It did pop up, came back down. You had an opportunity to get it back if you miss it the first time, and this actually now is a bigger move. Wow! And look at Playboy. I mean, look at Playboy. I mean, seriously, guys, look at Playboy. PLBY, another earnings play. Sorry, not earnings play, but one from our AI at a dollar, just over a dollar. What a move! Like what a move! And I think it had some news entering a definitive agreement. I don't know. I don't know what to do. What company agreed to sell to the purchaser or through an affiliate 14.9 million shares, etc. So I mean that's your news. I haven't dove into it like maybe William or others who really can parse through these reports. But man, what a move! All right, so DJT just opened and opened lower. A halt was at 38.22, so still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. They are still holding on to them. Okay, guys, ATEC. Hey guys, I'm having to concentrate on ATEC right now, ATEC right now. We've got a halt also in VCNX. I can't take a look at it quite yet. I'm still waiting on this ATEC to see what I trying to have some patience on it, see if we can get back into the A20s. Roblox is continuing to move. RBLX is moving. RBLX is moving. I got it. I'm sorry. I got to be on. Well, I'm not on mute, but I'm just having to concentrate on ATEC for me. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, it took. Okay, so I have taken myself, got a little profit in. I mean, I was excited. I mean, I got up to 842, but it came right back down to this level here, and just underneath 820. I was really hoping it would get back over 820, and but as it started drifting down towards eight, I'm out. So I made a little bit on it, but not as much as I could have. So, and that is the ATEC. Might get back into it if it breaks over eight again, but I'll put a price alert on 827. Jeez. Just give me a moment, please. A little accident here. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I have to put myself on mute. Guys, you just give me a little, about another minute or so. All right, I'm back. Yeah, a little bit of a coffee spill all over my desk. First time ever. All right. All right. Wow. DJT is just getting crushed here now. That opened and gap down even lower now. Now, is it halted again? All right. This is a gap up and reversal, guys. CMCSA is gapped up. Now it's reversing. CMCM. I hate these five-letter ones. CMCSA. Comcast. Now, I'm so glad, I could have got stubborn, I suppose. That's why we have stops, guys. And I'm talking about ATEC. Could have got really stubborn thinking, it'll come back. Oh, how's that, guys? Yeah, I lost my screen sharing in the when the coffee spilled. Interesting. So we good now? Okay. All right. Wow, look at this root. Unbelievable. Look at root now. Is this an all-time high? No, it isn't. Not even close to an all-time high. Now, obviously, this had done some. I have to assume it had done some reverse splits before. Okay, but my goodness, that's a great find by our. Really, in YouTube, only the blue screen. Hmm. Oh yeah, I see that. Okay, let me see if I can get that back. How's that? We back? Might take 8 seconds or so. Okay, you guys are on a bit of a delay. Let me know, Torty, if the screen is back. Okay. All right, guys. I am BHC now. Shoot, that was one that came in my 10-day daily breakout. And then it was at 891. So it hasn't really moved that much. 891 was the alert. So BHC, Bausch Health Companies. Hmm. Gotta find the float on that one. Yeah. So it's a big float, another big float, but I definitely interested in this one because it's over the whole number, breaking out on the weekly chart. And let's take a look on a daily, on a monthly chart. Where could it go? So the next high, so it's above that. So the next high in the monthly chart, it's got room, guys. I mean, 1146. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it certainly has room. Just watching to see how well this holds 9. It's a little extended, but I want to see how well this holds 9. I'm talking about BHC. You mean 5, Cyril? Syrup? Okay, you're talking 572, not 472. I'm just looking at your posts. Oh, it's pretty amazing, guys. Root, it is pretty amazing. I'm not in this one. Actually, I haven't seen one in our AI like this for a while, like a pretty expensive one. And, this is what I'm talking about. There was the alert 94.20, 22% move now at 114. Playboy was up to, 130 odd. And so that was up about 30%. It's pulled back a bit now, but look at Root. The power of the low float, 190%, 190% for a $100 stock. That's unusual. Okay, guys, listen, it's 10:12. I want to get this done because I'm definitely scouring for something for me to trade right now. Market is still moving down. So we'll take a look at my homepage and I'll get to my scan. So hold on. I'm going to do a few things before we get to my scans on my homepage. Don't worry. Okay, on my homepage, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription to this. Well, let's call it. It's an awesome program. So you can get 25% off, okay? 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription, okay? So if you want, okay, well, you Joe Schmo, there's your code to use, okay? Barry 25. That'll get you the 25% off. First month only or the entire year. I'm talking to Joe Schmo in our YouTube room. So this is what I would do if you're looking at wanting to try us out. First of all, don't take an annual. If you don't know the program, you have to look. You have to, the annual subscription is not prorated. You don't get your money back prorated. Okay. So what I mean by that is there's no refunds. So the best thing to do is to try us for a month or several months even, and then if you want to take on an annual after that, great. But you got to make sure you want an annual. And obviously, the reason to take on an annual is that your per monthly cost is less. But a lot of people. But if you want to stick on a monthly plan for the rest of for your entire for all the time you've got an inscription, that's fine. Understand though that 25% is only good for the first month. After that, it'll you'll be back to whatever the full price is, which I don't even know anymore. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is this: use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. It's that simple. The room gets credit for the subscription, and that's what the company wants to see. Okay. What do you mean by can I use a promo code twice? No. I mean, if you want to piggyback, you mean no. Well, Joe, what you would do is this. If within a month you decide, I love the program and I want to get an annual, we'll honor that 25%. Okay. So if you take out a monthly, you'll get the 25%. Today's what, October 31st? Say by November 20th or 25th, you say, man, I love this. I want to take on an annual. Yeah, we'll honor the 25%, if that's what you mean. Now, if a person takes out a subscription, you must do they get started. Okay. It is a software program. There's obviously still a learning curve. So this runs you, we have 10 short videos running you through your download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Two key sections of trade ideas. So what we've tried to do here, very short videos to get you started. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you, a whole series of videos free. Okay. For those of you who are new to trading. I wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Here is our education section. We have a great education section. We have a great user guide. Here's a user guide. Here's the getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. So if you're going to take a look at our user guide, I would certainly take a look at these two. Now, I run a race here. You can see I'm running a race right here. This is a whole section on how you can create your own race based on your own parameters. Price alerts. You see that I use price alerts all the time. I put them on the chart. When I get a price alert, the screen pops up on my screen. And the only other thing I like to draw attention to, because some people want to create their own watch list of stocks they want to follow, here's how you do it. But as you can see, there is a lot more information in this user guide, but you don't have to learn everything. It's like any other user guide. If I threw the MS Word manual at you, look how big it is. But most people, all they care about is, well, okay, how do I print? Or okay, first, how do I type on the screen? How do I print it? Maybe change a font. How do I save it? I mean, that's for 99% of the people, that's all they want to do. But look at that user guide. It's huge. You don't have to learn everything, just like the user guide to trade ideas. Okay. Getting started series again. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez before I take my break. I will, and the people who relieve me between 12 and 1, they all work at Trade Ideas. Okay. And they're just different traders, different styles of trading. So Steve will be taking over for me at noon Eastern time before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. All right, the moment you've been waiting for, maybe, if you're looking for my scans that I'm currently sharing. So at the very top, you'll be at the very top, scroll down, click here, middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is the race that I'm sharing, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. But you notice I do have other races that have created and I'm sharing. I'm just not displaying. Pulse resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders is right here. The upside movers versus downside movers is down here. Okay. Now, I'm also sharing, I'm sharing a lot of other scans that you can see. The ones on this list of scans that I actually have up and running is this one, the momentum scan, which I'm going to go over. The gap continuation or reversal scan. And then this one, the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout, which unfortunately I really haven't had a chance to look at. So again, if you're wondering what the difference is between the 10-day daily breakout and the don't repeat version, this version is sort of the usual way people look at our alerts. So for instance, if I look at this momentum scan, see how every time Lemonade, LMND, made a new high, you'll see it over and over and over and over and over again. That's the same thing that if you had the 10-day daily breakout, you would see the same sort of thing in this one. This one only tells me what time was the first alert and what was the price. Now I can go back and check to see what happened. Could I do the same thing here? Yes, but I have to scroll. Okay, where was the first time I saw LMND? Where is the first time? You know what I mean? So this is more the typical way that people use our alert windows. But I do like to have a don't repeat in this one, just so I can go back and find out, well, what happened? And sometimes when I click on these, maybe they're setting up again. I use it like a watch list. Okay. So again, welcome to the room if you're new. This is a, trading room, but it's also a support room. So I think people get the wrong idea. They sort of store up all their questions for the 12 to 1 segment where one of the other traders takes over for me. But you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I will certainly look. I'll tell you. But typically, I can answer most questions. Certainly, trade ideas related. Now, if it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer an accounting question, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. Well, this lemonade was just an awesome. This is an awesome earnings release, guys. Look at this move for lemonade, LMND. Now it's getting close to that monthly chart, I believe, and that 24.55. So it's a little bit of a boy. I mean, what a wow. And look at this. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this max M. This one went crazy for a while yesterday. See if I can find it on the 15-minute chart. Look what happened. It went crazy. This was right when I was taking my break at around noon, pulled back. And now I don't know. I don't know if it's going to do the same type of crazy move, but it's getting started. MAXN getting started. Low float, very low float. Okay, now this is more typical of a stock that moves, 15%, 20%, 100%. Don't know what you mean by that, Joe Schmo. Do accounts expire quickly? I made one a few days ago. It says expired. You talking about one of the so-called free accounts? That I don't know. I don't know how those free accounts work. The free because it's 15-minute delayed. So I don't know exactly. You'd have to give them. I can give you the link to my homepage, and then I'll show you how you can talk to somebody, check your account. But I don't know exactly what you mean by that. So if you want to go to my homepage, and then click on my link, and then where it says chat. Okay, is this the new? Is this the new version of the chat? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know why the. I wish they would make it anyway. No, I see. Sort of a chat GPT. All right. I see what they're trying to do. But you can talk to somebody. Click on the chat. Give them your email address, and they'll tell you what's going on. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, Joe. That's more of an accounting issue. I don't know what goes on with those with the free accounts. I don't know if they have any expiry. I didn't think they did, but okay, Joe. Well, the promo code you'll definitely have. You go for a month. Now remember now, just for those who some people get upset by this, but believe me, I think you'd be more upset the other way. So with the month to month, it's not a subscription, okay, but it will renew every month, which is I think what most people want. Otherwise, you'd have to renew every month. And if you forget, maybe you go a day without us. So it will renew every month unless you tell us not to. Okay. And all you have to do, I mean, if you don't like it and you're in a month to month, you should know, if you start today, that's October 31st. So it runs to November 31st. Well, 30 days have September, November 30th. Okay. So if say on the 25th of November, you thought, you know what, it's really not for me. And I'm not talking to you, Joe, just talking in general. If you find the program is not for you, just let us know and it won't renew the following month. Boy, there's so much happening, guys. Earning season. Another one, KPTI, just over $1. Well, I'll be remiss if I don't at least tell people who are new what this program is all about. Okay. So we are fantastic at real time scanning. Okay. Real time alerting, real time scanning. And this is what I mean. So this is a momentum scan. This is why I call it Momo. Look at KPTI going now, guys. You can see what's happening right here. So I'm going to show you what the scan is looking for. And again, I'm sharing it. This is on my homepage. Just give me one moment. Okay, so there are a lot of programs out there that screen, and we screen. Of course, we can screen, and this is what I mean by screening. This is the screening aspect of this real-time alert. I mean, what we can screen, which is what really our top lists are for, and the races is sort of for. But what we do though is we can also taking these filters and the values here, if they're all met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is why you're seeing LMND at 10:27 plus 53 seconds. Okay, that's why you're seeing that one. So in this particular scanner, if the price is between $1 and $100, look at APTV now, PJ. Oh my gosh. Okay. Excuse me. So if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive. Let's call it 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why you're seeing LMND over and over again. It's meeting all these filter requirements and it's making a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, great. It's on my homepage. You can have it exactly the way it is. But if you want to make modifications, of course you can. If you don't like this price range, for instance, maybe you have a filter that you would like to add to this. Do it. This is what I like to see. I'm not trying to force that onto you. Last, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, you can do that also. Right at the top here, you can see the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as I scroll down, all these icons, what these icons represent, are also real-time alerts. And when you get to these icons, these are all the filters, the screeners that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't be hung up on how many we've got and say, my gosh, how can I possibly learn this? Is such a hard program. Well, you don't have to learn them all, okay? Now, if you have any experience trading, what I would be doing is just sort of, scanning through them. If you see something that you're familiar with, wow, standard deviation breakout. I know what that means. Maybe I'll try that one, okay? But if you're new to trading and you don't know what any of these means, don't worry about it. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they, of course, had to create all these different alerts, real time alerts, and all those different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to create a scan. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many we've got. Personally, all I use new high of the day and the new low of the day. Excuse me, the new low of the day. I need some water. Just a moment. And I just use a handful of the filters. And the reason I do that is because that's all I need for my trading style. It doesn't have to be your trading style. Okay, guys. So a gap up and reversal play right here, BWA. So a gapped up and reversed. Let me show you what this scan is looking for. Okay. And again, it's on my home page. It's called gap continuation or reverse. Now, notice it says M. This is a multi-strategy window. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you had some alert windows, and usually the reason people use a multi-strategy window is because they don't have a lot of screen space. Okay, maybe you've got your have a little laptop, a 15-inch monitor. Okay, not my issue. I've got three 32-inch monitors, but if screen space is an issue, then what people can do is take alert windows and put them into a multi-strategy window. Watch what happens here if I right click strategies. So these are all alert windows, the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, etc. These are all alert windows, scans. Okay. Just like this. I mean, it's not, I don't have that one in here. Okay. So let's explain. Let me explain. So the gap up and go. That's a gap. So understand what the gap is, guys. A gap is the first print of the day. Okay, that is the gap. I think people misunderstand. A lot of people don't understand what a gap is. So, well, at least we define it as that first print of the day. That's the gap. So if the stock closed yesterday at $9 and it opens at 10 today, and we're talking the open being 9:30, then it gapped up a dollar. So I have a filter in here in which it has to have gapped up a certain percent. So anyway, the gap up and go. So that means the stop gapped up. And when we get the alert, it was moving higher. It does not mean that it's going to keep moving higher for the rest of the day, of course. But at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. Gap down and reverse, stock gap down, and now it's trying to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing all day. Hopefully, this is all starting to make sense. Gap up and reverse, stock gapped up, and now it's starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go, which is probably get a lot today, a stock that gapped down and kept moving down. Why would you get a lot today? Well, look at the market. Okay. So the way I've color coded this, if it's a yellow, it's a potential short, and if it's green, it's a potential long. If it's orange, it's a potential short. And I don't know if I'll have any blues here. This is how I color coded it. Yeah, so not a lot of gap down and reversals today, okay? Because the color code for that is light blue. So again, it's on my homepage, guys. If you want it, it's there. Mark, Mr. Quadruple or sent many whoops, many exclamation marks. Well, the first thing you got to do, Joe, is to go to those 10 short videos, okay? Depends what you mean by a while to figure all this out. I mean, if you have any sort of trading expertise, then We have a lot of scans that are kind of pre-built. Obviously mine. So it depends what you mean by a long time to or quite a while to figure it all out. 'Cause remember, Trade Ideas is not teaching you how to trade. It alerts you to ideas generated by, scans that you've either created on your own or you've taken from me. And when I get an alert, doesn't mean I just take the trade. For BFRI, okay, let's take a look at BFRI. So it halted at 99 cents. So the projected open could be $1.10. A moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So, Guy, wow. So, it resumed. Okay, sorry. During that time, it resumed. Okay. Okay, guys. So this resumed and it just popped up here. Got up to 140 odd. All right, guys. Wow. Okay. Thank you for. I didn't even see this. I was so busy doing something else. And thank you for asking me where it was going to open. And look at this now. Wow. Now, it didn't do what I was hoping it would do. I get that back. I don't think it did anyway. Below the 99-cent range. Sort of, I can't believe, did it really resume at 99 cents? Because when I saw it, it was already up about 120. And of course, again, it's a low float, 4.6 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, this is so it's something to do with skin cancer. That's what you're so that this is something to do with skin cancer. This is what you're saying, William. All right. Well, on the monthly chart, the next high is 154. Okay. Well, 143 now, but it did get up to 140. It got up to 150. Okay, that's what I call good teamwork, guys, because I'm just distracted. I mean, I've got a lot of things going on. I didn't even see this one was halted, the BFRI, until who was it? I think it was Bjorn. I think Bjorn asked me what was the potential open for this. All right, we're cracking a celebration beer. No, I'm not really, but okay, guys. What time is it? 10:41. Been a super fast morning. Well, roaring kitty. I don't know. I will say this: somehow he was able to carve out a niche and made gazillions. But all right, on to something else now. Boy, that APTV. I wish I'd held some. This was a relatively early trade for me that showed up. I believe that was on the gap down and go. I've almost got too much going on, you know. Don't you know? I'm a little bit overwhelmed with all of the different scans I've got up and running. Well, it's not so much how many, but it's how many they're producing. Now, I always know the momentum scan is going to give me alerts all day long, and I don't mind that because some of my other scans, sometimes only give me 5 or 6 a day. So I mean, I'm going to, if I'm going to moderate a room, got to have something to talk about. So this momentum scan certainly is good for that. But these other scans are just firing, and that's why we are in earnings season, and we've got another, I would say, 3 weeks at least of lots of companies releasing earnings. And notice that we're not talking about companies. We're not talking about big name companies. Have I seen Microsoft here? Have I seen Meta here? Now, granted, a lot of that is because of my price range that I look at. But we're not. I mean, APTV. I mean, I don't know. I know. I mean, I've seen APTV before. Don't get me wrong, but this is not something that if I walk down the street and ask 100 people, they go, "What?" All right, guys. So I have to make an adjustment to this. I mean, they're giving me some really good. This is what I created this one yesterday. Okay, the earnings continuation up. Now that's maybe not named exactly the way I wanted it, and the earnings continuation down. Okay, so what we found one yesterday. What was the one? V something or other. I think it was VFS. In fact, let's take a look at VFS just to see what it's doing today. And I'll explain what I mean by this top list that I created. No, was it a VFC? Yeah, somebody's got to help me here. No. Yeah, it might have been VFC. Yes, it was October 28th. It was definitely VFC. So look what happened. Okay. So this is yesterday's candle. So the day before it released earnings. And when I noticed this, it was just above the high here. So we thought, okay, maybe we see a lot of stocks that have second, third, fourth day continuation of earnings. And this was I'm not well, see, it's holding its own even today. But look what it did when it got above yesterday's high, 2190, and it got all the way up to 23. Really nice move. So I thought, okay, why don't I create a, top list that's going to show me stocks that had yesterday that are above the high of yesterday. So when you look at this one, day 7164. Whoops, Excel. Okay, 3340. Now this is not bad. So there's the high. So it's right there. The problem I was finding is that a lot of the stocks had already gapped way above that high when I was seeing them. So this is interesting. Okay. Now I would wish the market was a little bit more on our side if we're going to do something like this. But you can see 3340, that was the high of yesterday, basically, and it's a little bit above it. So this could be a second day continuation of earnings. Now, like always, you always want to look left. Where is the next high? Certainly can't see anything on the monthly chart. Let me back up and see where that next high is. I mean, I'm going back to what, 2021 now? You know what? I don't care. I mean, I'm back in 2019. I don't care. I'm not saying this is an all-time high, but did something happen 7 or 8 years ago? Will it really affect this? So this XL is really interesting to me. Give me one moment, guys. Now, these sort of these sort of call it alerts. They're not really alerts. They're just top list windows. I'm not expecting like massive percentage moves in them, but they might be gentle enough to give us a nice little trade. So Excel, let's see now. Excel is just holding in there. What brokers can I use with Trade Ideas? Well, Trade Ideas is a scanner, so you can use any broker you want, but it depends what you mean. If you want to have a broker, again, Trade Ideas is a scanner, so you can use any broker with Trade Ideas. Okay. So if you're clicking on alerts all day long, like me, you'd probably want a broker. We have something called an external linking tool. So when I click on an alert, like I click on this symbol right here, this is loading right into my broker's platform, and I'm using Interactive Brokers. Okay, so that's one. Of course, you can have at E-Trade, Thinkorswim, Schwab, all. We basically link with many brokers. We can't guarantee we link with every single broker out there, but we do link with many brokers. Linking meaning when you click on an alert, it loads into your platform, and there you trade it. Okay. I think TradeStation. I think we link with TradeStation. Link again. You can establish a link. See, we've got this tool called external linking, and you just follow these directions. You add the link, and then you just follow the directions to establish the link. Anybody with TradeStation in either room? So, Coach. Are you able to? Oh, Joel. Okay, both of you. Are you able to link using our external linking tool, or have you ever tried it? Okay, so Gary says it worked. Okay, Gary says it worked. I'm just talking TradeStation. Okay, Craig. But yeah, we know trade. I'm just because somebody is asking about TradeStation in our YouTube room. So it appears that it works. Yes. Again, linking is fantastic if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, like I do. I mean, if you don't, and you see a symbol, and you don't mind typing it into your platform, fine. But I mean, that would be a real pain for me to have to do that all day long. Oh man, guys, BFRI, awesomeness. Again, thank you, Bjorn, for asking me where was this going to open. And then thank you, William, for checking to see what it was all about. So, Joel, you should try. Surprise Trade Station doesn't go even earlier. I mean, Interactive Broker starts at 4 a.m. Eastern time, of course. All right, guys, I'm going to have to take a look now at this BFRI. Where could it go? And look at my momentum scan right here, over and over and over and over. Okay. Basically, it nags at you. Don't forget about me. And that how appropriate? I've got Simple Minds playing Don't You Forget About Me right now. So don't you forget about me. I mean, that's basically what it's saying. And on the monthly chart now, we have 213 is the next high. All right. Well, I'm in this one, guys. The XL. It doesn't move very much, but just wanting to see. Really, really interested in. Now, what I was saying is that let's take a look at TTMI as an example. Yeah, you see, I would want to see it a lot earlier, of course. I mean, there's your opening trade of the day. Somehow, but I can't control that. I don't think. But there's TTMI, 2297. But there was the high of yesterday, and now you can this is like a second day continuation of earnings. But I want to see it more around here. I mean, I know how I could do that. You limit it quite a bit. Meanwhile, lemonade, lemonade, lemonade. Wow. Now, I had something I wanted to say. Now I can't remember what I was going to say. All right, GEN is an earnings play, guys. GEN is an earnings play. Ah, look at Uber. Uber on the way down still, guys. Uber on the way down. Earnings play. Another, just making another low of the day. And looking left, the next low on the monthly chart anyway. It still has room on a monthly chart. Let me back this out to a weekly chart and see where it could go. So on the weekly chart, that looks like it's probably the low of that month. Yeah, 67.22. So I mean, this still has room. It's through the 200-day moving average, guys. I mean, that's very, very powerful through that 200-day moving average. So when you say you're trying to log in using E-Trade, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus, Joe? Or are you talking about E-Trade itself asking for a verification code? We've got nothing to do with E-Trade in that regard. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I asked two questions at the time. So when you said yes, I'm not sure what you're asking yes to. So I'll ask it again. Are you trying to use Brokerage Plus and connect to E-Trade through? Okay. Um, did you look at the video on how to connect? You know what you should do is why don't you start a chat? Chris is there, okay? He's got a lot of experience with linking with what might be happening. I mean, because I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, if you haven't looked at the video, then because I think you have to click it, you have to select the right port and all that sort of stuff. So if you go to the user guide, so click on my homepage link. Okay, click down, go to the education section right here. Click on the user guide, and then there's a whole section on Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus, okay, and that should tell you how you do it. Okay, with E-Trade. Okay. And if that doesn't work for you, then again, click on my homepage link. And where that little section is, and ask the question, chat, okay? How do I connect using Brokerage Plus to E-Trade? Okay. All right, guys. Well, luckily I looked over, so I got booted out of Excel. Okay, that was my worry that the market is going down. So a lot of these are probably not going to work as well with the market moving down. All right. Well, here's another one though, guys. This is on the downside. Okay, EXE earnings play yesterday, and yeah, it was up, but it's giving that up on the bottom here. With the market doing what it's doing, this could turn into an interesting short. The next low is 84.94, so it's about $1 away, and that is the EXE. All right, so keep an eye. Yeah, I mean could be an interesting one. EXE on the short side, and I think it's being helped by the market. So market's going. Come on, market's going to do this, Look what EXE is doing, basically following the market today. But remember, it was still a positive earnings release yesterday. All right, guys, 11:01. So I'll be taking a break in about 1 hour. And before I do that, I'm going to just want to confirm that Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room while I take my break. Sometimes he and Andy switch. So I'm just going to confirm it's him. Well, again, Joe, go to when you click on my homepage link, start that chat there. Okay. I know they've changed something up, and I'm hoping that you still can get a hold of somebody right there. Okay, click there and start this chat right here. So I don't know what happened when you click on chat. Yeah, okay. Ask the question, and it's like but there are people there. Okay, there are people there, and you can even say maybe, look, I want to speak to somebody. This is new. I know they've been working on this, like a lot of companies with trying to use Chat GPT to handle chats or questions. Okay, okay, Joe. Well, when you click on my homepage link, it should be pretty obvious. But if you can see what I'm doing, why don't you come into the main room? But if you can see what I'm doing, you see this little pop up here. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I wish they would they're trying to be too cute, in my opinion. They used to say chat with us or something that I found that they're trying to be too cute. It used to say something like chat with us or just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, so Steve just confirmed it'll be him in our YouTube room in about an hour. Okay, well, EXE, I mean, it's inching its way down. Not expecting a lot. I mean, I've got, a dollar, less than a dollar to the next low on the daily chart. I'm really trying to, test this. So I'm not taking very many shares in these things. Here's another one, breaking down below yesterday's low, but it's a little far away. All right, EXE. Oh, well, come on. You're doing, as the market keeps doing this. Okay, guys, sorry. Well, Joe. But the thing is, Joe, are you a trader now? I mean, do you have any idea about how to trade? Okay, because remember, Trade Ideas is not going to teach you how to trade. So, I mean, I don't know what your expertise is about trading because, we do have that whole series of videos that you can take a look at. Okay, so do you have a plan for how you want to trade? Are you like more like a momentum trader like I am? Are you a pullback trader or like what is your style of trading? I'm talking to Joe in our YouTube room because, if you have an idea about what you are looking to see. Like, I mean, for me, momentum scan. That's what I want to see. I created a scan. I'm going to see stocks that have got a lot of momentum. It doesn't mean every time I see a stock, I'm going to take or an alert come through that I'm going to take the trade. But I've created a scan designed for the way what I want to see. Well, so if you're swing trading, that's a little bit different. Ah, you know what? Yeah, that EXE is kind of following the market. So took myself out of it. Yeah, it's kind of following the market. Look what the market did. Boy, see, look a little market pop here, and that's what EXE did. So I don't like that. I don't like. I'm trying to find stocks that aren't really following the market that closely. But I was really it's following the market a little too closely for my liking. Hmm. And there's BFRI guys. BFRI making another new high here. Okay, now I've got to watch this one really closely. I mean, this is the type of one that could have some late day action also, with that float, depending on what it does from here. I'm talking about the BFRI. Current volume. I'm sorry, I don't. What are you talking about? Current pullback. What current pullback are you talking about? What stock? If you're talking about the overall market, I really don't have any thoughts. I mean, it is what it is. If you're talking about the market, come on, BFR, I hold that too really well. Yeah, I don't have any thoughts about it really. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the election's coming up. Because I'm more of an intraday trader, Joe. I mean, it doesn't. I look at pullbacks like this, and I'm okay, great. I guess I should be concentrating on shorting. But is it really a big pullback? I don't know. I mean, 570. I don't know. Come on, BFRI, just really rip here from two. You know what? A little induction action, maybe. See if this works. Okay, what time is it now, guys? 11:14. Okay. Okay. So there is a switch today. Okay, so Andy is going to take over today again. We got a double dose of Andy. He was in the room yesterday, and Steve will be in tomorrow. So yeah, sometimes they do that. Yeah. So I'm certainly not a swing trader, Joe. So yeah, I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay, guys, as I wait to see if this can really hold too and romp from there. I'm talking about the BFRI, of course. This is why I've got to pay attention to it. Okay. I mean, I've traded some out. Okay. I have not. I've traded some of this out, but I'm just holding on to some in case it just wants to really rip through two again. So what we can see right now, it's making higher lows. So that's about. All right, I've taken myself out of it, okay, completely, and I'll look later on, okay? I'll look later on in case it gets back over this 214 mark, okay? As it was just flirting with that $2. Okay, well, that was exciting. So, I mean, I'm really waiting to see if it takes out two again. So that's why I'm going to put a price alert just over two, say around 207 for it, in case it takes it out later on. Later on could be, next minute, or it could be later on in the afternoon, or it may not happen at all. Meanwhile, Uber is making new lows. Give me one moment, please, guys. You know what? I forgot to look at the VWAP for this BFRI. The VWAP is at 173, so got close. It got close. Will that 173 act as really good support? Waiting to see if it takes out two again. Talking about the BFRI. Again, it looks like that VWAP is, decent support. Of an inclination to take this around 210 if it gets up there. And this is a phase 3 study. Oh man, that's a highly well. I mean, this is what they say. I don't know. This is a come on. So a highly significant results in phase 3 study. Okay, so it's a phase 3 study, so it is late. but I'm sure William must have told us that. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but not it's not shortable for me. Well, look at that float too. I mean, with that float, I mean, who knows? This could go on a could go on a multi-day run. I mean, if it, I mean, this stock was what, 81 cents. Again, I am not suggesting people hold this thing, but I am waiting on it to see if it gets over two again. Might want to get right back in it. Oh yeah, I mean, we're not talking about them making any money tomorrow. This is all about hype today. I mean, how long can the hype last for today? That's all it is for me. I mean, I'm not looking at marrying this thing. It's just kind of resting here. There's the VWAP again. 174 is the VWAP. So, stick an alert in that area. See if it gets down close. I mean, it may be over. It may be completely over right now. But with that float, I mean, we've seen this many times, of course. Later on in the day, though later on might be, a minute from now, but sometime in the afternoon, it'll kind of rest and then breaks out again and just keeps running. I'm not saying I don't know if it's going to happen, but we have seen that. And usually it's running on some kind of news, and it's eye-catching news. I have no skin in it right now, so I mean, but I'm definitely going to be very interested if it gets back over two. So this is one of the ones I have to keep kind of watching, okay? Because it could happen. It could happen very quickly if it's going to happen. So that's why I'm not really looking at anything else right now, just in case it quickly pops through too. But there are other things happening. Peloton making new highs. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to check something. I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys. So I am now back, and now I'm watching this one getting closer and closer to the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? So there's the VWAP. I put the price alert right around the VWAP area, which is 175. So it's sort of sitting on the VWAP right now. And again, will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support, or will it crash right through it? I mean, we don't know. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm YouTubers. I plead with you, come into the main room. I have no idea if I'm going to keep this YouTube room up and running. I mean, I'm going to make a decision next week probably. So I'm not sure it's mine to make. Only problem. I mean, the guys will come in at noon, between 12 and 1. But if you click on my homepage link at the very top, I'm going to have to expand the window a little bit. You'll see account. You'll see a trading room. That will get you into the main room. Well, that was a heck of a short for somebody, I think, right? For Root. There were a lot of shorts available. I don't know who had the guts to do it at 117. Man, still up 144%. Talking about Root. It was. Adam F was putting it all over AVXL. Yeah, but look, EF Hutton, $46, guys. $46 price target by EF Hutton. So the next high looking left, it's almost there on the weekly chart, guys. 716 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Ooh, see, I had my mic muted in the room. You're right. Okay, so um, EF Hutton has put what did I say, a $46 price target. $46 price target for this one, AVXL. No, nobody's saying it's getting there, but look at this. There's the high, 716. Today it got to 715. Let's see if it takes it out. It's not a low float. I mean, it's not high, but it's not low. My number one focus later on, guys, is that BFRI. Okay. I mean, I may not do it, but I mean, it's pulling back, kind of severely now. But if it gets back over two later on in the day, it could have that late day run. All right, is IMAX an earnings play? IMAX, okay. I'm always amazed. This is a Canadian company. IMAX. Ah, look at this. I mean, this is one of those ones that look like it could just, gently continue all day long. Though the float is not high, but it's not low. I'm sorry, it's not low, but it's certainly not high. And that's IMAX. It's an earnings play. HII? I don't think I've ever seen HII. That's why. Way. So this is an earnings play, HII, but you're saying it was awarded a $3 billion defense contract. And that's not a big float. Are you kidding me? 191 million or $191. Well, it used to be 260 with only 38 million in the float. That is super low. There goes IMAX, guys. IMAX making another move here. Well, let's see where could it go. Looking at a monthly chart and can't see anything nearby. Well, I'm going back 4 years now. So the last, so I'm going back over 4 years, March of 2021. That's where we're seeing the next highs. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am lots of internal discussions happening right now. I trade ideas. So again, I'm getting set about 25 minutes to take my break. Andy will be taking over for me. It's yeah. I mean, it's right at the VWAP. I mean, it's right at the VWAP, William. I mean, I don't know if it's going to do it, but I mean, it really. It's just one of those that has that look that if it can just hang around, between maybe the VWAP and two, because the VWAP is at 174. So, it did get down below it, but it's now trying to pop through it. If it can maybe hang between, I don't know, 180 and two for a while, just, establish a bit of a base there and then pop through two, I just have the feeling it might run. I just seen your post there, Gary. When your position shows up on the breakout scanner, yeah. Oh man, I mean, it's getting delicious, and delicious by the minute here, guys. Is BFRI. Anyway, I'll be taking my break soon, so hopefully it doesn't break through too while I'm on my break. Though I'll probably, I'm not going to be. I'll be doing a little workout, but I'll be 5 inches away from my monitor, so need the volume too. The volume coming in still. What is the volume? 75 million shares have traded. 1,100 times normal. Okay. 1,100 times normal up to this time of day. So there's that. Maybe, Tony. Maybe. I'm not anticipating it though. I'm not anticipating it's going to go over two or anything. I have a feeling, but it's all it is. I don't know. And so when I say I'm not anticipating, so I'm not thinking, you know what, I really think it's going to go over two, so I'm going to take it right now. No, I'm going to wait and see if it does. Yeah. So I see now. How's IBIT doing today? I see that Bitcoin's a little bit weaker today. IBIT's still pretty good. I mean, this was the trigger was 39. This was the trade of the week. But I mean, if I had been in this, I would have been trading some out right around this area as it started to drop. We haven't had one for a while though. One of these ones that were, really crazy in the morning and then really have that great afternoon run. Haven't had one for a while. These one of these low floaters. Well, I think it's a psychological number to get through. Two, okay. Look what it was doing at two for a while. It's just sort of hovering around. I think it's a psychological number to get through. Now it has to be done on volume. That's my feeling about whole numbers. Okay, any whole number, but any whole number, especially the ones under $5. Now TFFP. This was a very active one yesterday, and it's starting. Is well, I guess it's too extended right now. So Joe, I can't help you, okay, because I don't have E-Trade, and but yeah, maybe just go to like I don't know if you started tried to do the chat. Otherwise, info at trade. Now you don't have to link. You don't have to. Oh, E-Trade won't help you at all. Okay, they don't care whether we can. Yeah, they don't care whether we link. Okay, to them at all. They don't care about that. The only other thing I can suggest you do is go to info at trade-ideas.com and ask that and just say what you're getting. Okay. Now you don't have to link with E-Trade. You can just oops, sorry, not that link. I put too many eyes in there. I mean, you don't have to use Brokers Plus, but you can establish usually, I think you can still easily establish an external linking with just use the external linking tool so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your E-Trade platform. Okay. But you can still maybe go to info at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'm trying to link with E-Trade. This is the error message I'm getting. Maybe somebody can help you. Chris is there. I'm pretty sure he'll be able to help you. Okay. Depends how it really depends, I think, how many I mean, I would hate to have to do that, William. If I, I would hate, but maybe I'm clicking on a lot more alerts than you are. But I would hate to have to type the symbol in all day long. I notice in the chart the price action scales differs from. I don't understand what you mean. Okay, bit of a whir in my machine. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Jermaine. Yeah, but how many alerts are you clicking on a day, William? I don't know what you mean by the price action scale. You're talking about our Y and our X and Y axis. I know in a version that you guys may not have, there's a way now to start adjusting the this Y axis. I think it's in the browser interface, but I'm not sure I know what you mean. So when you say what window do I have open right now, Joe, you talking this is the layout I have. It's not you I mean I'm sharing all my scan. Everything you see here I am sharing, okay? And I'm sharing a lot of others, but this this house resumes. Top left is the halt resumes. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit until you see the scan section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so if you're talking about this one, the halt resumes is right here, but I'm sharing a lot of other scans. But these scans basically meet my trading style. Doesn't have necessarily will it meet your trading style. But that's the top left. If that's what you're talking about, is right here. House resumes. Yeah, Jermaine, I guess it's by design. I don't know. I've never really thought about it, to be honest. I don't really look at everything I see is usually, I mean, I can always find the price on the chart without any difficulty. So I'm not sure, but I know that in a next version of Trade Ideas that will be available to you, I think there's a way to adjust this y-axis. Ah, shoot! I was hoping it was going to be the VFRI. All right, guys, AVXL on the move. Now I had a price alert set. Why? Because it just took out that high right there, 716. It just took that out. And the next high, I think it's got room. I think AVXL has got some room. Telling you guys, I know I'm maybe nagging on this one, but that BFRI is doing kind of what I was hoping it would do. Hanging over the VWAP, which is now it's probably gone up a little bit, 175, so about the same, hanging above the VWAP and underneath too, just kind of hanging in this area. All right, now AVXL just got right back down to that high. That high right there, it got back to it and underneath it. So that was short lived. Maybe it takes it out again. Maybe the second time it takes it out, that might be the time it starts to go. 716. Sorry about that. EF Hutton has put this $46 price target for whatever reason on AVXL. All right, guys, 11:50. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Andy's going to be taking over for me in about 10 minutes. All right, guys. I see that AVXL. It just had a little pop. But again, it's just sort of hovering around that high. Thoughts on CPSH? Well, your thoughts are probably going to be like mine. It's hovering underneath the. Well, you can. It's, okay, it's an earnings play. You can see it doesn't. Well, it's traded 10 million. It's 989 times normal, but it's kind of just doing nothing. And it's really kind of doing nothing. I mean, the VWAP is 181, so yeah, I mean, it's been flatlining kind of since it opened. It had a big pop after hours on earnings, I guess. Yeah, pre-mark. No, that was not. So did it have some news? Did it have some news after hours or something, or did they actually release after hours? Because there was a big pop after hours for this, but we have it here that they released pre-market. So don't know. Yeah, but I mean, it's just been selling. I mean, it's still up 14%, but there doesn't seem to be the volume is tapered off. Doesn't seem to be that much enthusiasm for it. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in that I'll be on a break for about an hour once Andy shows up. Okay, and then I'll also put the YouTube room or the YouTube link in the main room. So you guys can head over and listen to Andy. You mean like a journal, Joe? It doesn't, we do not have a journal if that's what you're asking. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to just sort of, I guess, pass on the AVXL for a bit anyway. I want to see if it gets back over that 17 level, which is the high in that previous week. Well, going back a few weeks. That's right there. Boy, look at that BFRI. It is teasing the heck out of me. Yeah, okay. I'm going to forget about this one now. Again, maybe later on. I don't know. It's not a low float though. 82 million. I'm talking about the AVXL. Not a low float. So it doesn't meet the criteria of one of those ones that can really pop in the afternoon. My criteria anyway. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Andy's going to be here any moment now, so I'm going to wait for him to show up. And I just leave you with this, with the BFRI. Just make sure you are sort of aware of what it's doing. And if it takes out 2 on some volume, that could get it running. I'd rather it didn't do it until the afternoon, but it may happen earlier. It may not happen at all. And I'll probably be doing a reboot of my system. Okay, there you are, Andy. Okay, guys, I think Andy just showed up in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room. And we have a double, well, not just a double dose, but a second day of Andy
Back
in
to
a
back,
row.
yeah. Back
Yeah,
to
back to
back. How about
back.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I guess you're obviously taking tomorrow off.
Taking tomorrow off? Yes, yes. We decided it, I guess, yesterday. No.
Okay.
Yeah, go to a place in Oklahoma where it's kinda hilly, pretty tree anyway, go see some fall foliage.
Oh,
It's nice.
nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So
maybe
glad
some of the Yankees will be joining you there.
why would they be going to Oklahoma, eh?
Oh, I don't know. Well, they've got all
They
sorts of
got
time
time.
off
You're
now.
right. Yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you.
So,
They'd probably go up to the Adirondacks, but
Andy, I was watching the game, and then when I got to 5-0, I basically turned it off. I had a little
oh wow.
have a little pop up on my phone that I can track, of course. And then my eyeballs almost fell out when I saw 5-5. I could not believe it.
I know.
And then
Boy,
what a game,
boy, especially if you'd
craziness.
have seen the way it happened, it was just a comedy of errors, man.
I
It was,
know.
oh,
I was able to watch the whole inning in a replay fashion and say,
right.
"My gosh." I
Yeah,
mean, ugh.
they did.
Anyway,
When you do that, I hate to say it, you don't deserve to win. That was just
no,
no.
no, not at all. Okay, my friend. Well,
All
I'll
right,
let
enjoy your hour, buddy.
yeah, and by the way, keep an eye on BFRI. Okay, that's one I've been really. I want to see if it takes out 2 again, and that's
BFRI.
BFRI. You can see it's had a huge
Ah,
run,
okay, yeah.
and they did actually have some
Interesting.
news. Phase 3, something to do with skin cancer,
Okay.
and so anyway,
Yeah,
so
I'll
there is
stick an
some news
alert
on
up
it.
there and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. I'll see you in
All
about an
right.
hour.
All right, Barry. Take care.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy. If you have any questions, be glad to help you if I can. Should be able to, unless you start getting in real deep into some of the brokerage plus stuff. But otherwise, we could talk stocks. We could talk stocks. We could talk markets. Uh, I've given a little back today, but obviously, being a swing trader, had a few longs, but confidence is high because I noticed that a lot of the China stocks weren't selling off as hard as some of the stuff we were seeing over here. I was really interested in this Tiger because it was just the way it was holding up today, and I was already in it, and I held it from yesterday and added to my position. Of course, this is what you get in this market, but I'm not giving up on this TIGR. The 10 period moving average is at 555. So I think if it can get back above that, this thing could I just like the way it's setting up here. With a lot of the China stocks are looking that way. That's why I keep trading them. Bought some YINN this morning. Thought it was overdone. The dog near Stroud. Okay, you're talking about the quarterback for the Texans. Teladoc is one that I'm in. I bought it a little bit too quick this morning, but I think it's one you can watch off of earnings, especially if you can pop back above this range. Let's call it above this high here of get up above 913. I don't know. It could just slop around and more than likely finish, in a. But it's got my attention anytime they've had earnings. So, okay. You said I thought you said okay, and I thought you meant okay, not Oklahoma. Uh, Place called Broken Bow. You familiar with it? I'm not sure if that's near Stroud. It's in the southeast corner. Anyway, been up there. It's pretty. It's a nice little. Yeah, it's a nice little. There's another little town. I can't remember the name of it. Hakatown or something like Hachatown or something like that. But Hachatown has a great dive rib joint. Or you talking about Stroud? Oh, just pass through. Okay, gotcha. See, recently too, I just added back in a little some Tesla. I like this level right here. Never my alert never went off, but I was in it. Bought it yesterday, I believe. Took some scalped out. I'm doing a lot of that, scalping out profits and then holding on to a little chunk and see if. There you go, Peter. There you go. Well, if you're in Barry's room, you got a lot of capable people in there. Can learn a lot from Barry and some of the good traders. But cheering for you, man. Yeah, trading takes a while to learn. Five-star barbecue and steakhouse. Okay. Okay. May have to indulge, dog. What's the name of it again? Let's see if you put it in there. There's the teledoc alert. Let's see if it can do anything. I thought their earnings were good, but still losing money. Anytime you're still not showing a profit, it always makes it tough. But it's beaten up. It's in the lower part of its lifetime range. 15% short interest. Could do something. You were shocked, huh? Yeah, some of those places. They will shock you. Some of the best places are just a little dive. dive joints. That's a lot of the barbecue places in Texas. Some of your best ones are like that, and you just like you wouldn't expect it. Spy's trying to get a little lift. And let me check my China stocks. This PDD was right off. It's been holding this 50. So this was my made an entry yesterday. Anyway, you can see I sold a little bit, and then see if it can go positive today. Now, if this thing just falls right back down, more than likely it's just going to kind of sit in this range. Spies are trying to dig in. See if this Tesla can get above that fast line there. Could have a nice little move. Nah, Teledoc, don't do that. Jeez. Yeah, the Spy. Speaking of targets, yeah, would be really surprised if it doesn't make it to the 50 period moving average. That's why I'm not getting too excited about this bounce and buying a lot of positions. I mean, uh, you're talking about a target of 574. Yeah, I could definitely see a bounce up to that. But kind of in no man's land right now. You can see it's. I mean, I guess someone could argue there's a little bit of a support over here, but boy, that 50 is where the major support is. But we've seen how many times have we seen this over the last 15 years? The market try to sell off and the buyers come in. So, wow, Peter. All right. I'm more excited about their football team lately, but that's great news. I'm long, as I mentioned, SPY above. I mean, let's see, long support 572, and the SPY is priced today to go to 578, 570. Yeah, not sure what you mean by price today to go. I mean, as far as obviously, as far as intraday, the trend is down. Now, if we get back above this level right here and back above that 10 period moving average, in my book, breaks through this level right here, yeah, you could definitely see a nice little bounce. That has been the norm, but I typically will like it better if it's at an area of support. That doesn't mean it has to wait to get there, but wow, ETR don't care. What, what are those competitions doing? What are our little nukes? Thought I had alert. Yeah, I think this may pull off some more. Picked up some silver earlier, hopefully at a good level, right at the let's see, 66. Had a hedge on those FAS, but scalped 75% of them out. And there's a SPY with a little push higher. Tempted to pick up some K-Web here, but maybe I'll just add to my. Got to take a round, look around, and see some stocks. Hoping that yen is a good entry there. Now, excuse me for a second, real quick, as I okay. My JKS looks pretty good. Those things are so nasty, though. Hey, look at this move. Pac B, that was actually moving yesterday too. Oh, SoFi holding up. Hood, not. But it went right down. Had alert at that 50, but nah, same day. Joe, I would look at IB. IB is probably the most consistent. The problem with a lot of these brokers, even with the linking, external linking, is we're kind of at the mercy of their API, and a lot of these brokers they'll just do work and change their API, and obviously they're not going to tell us. They, you know, now if we reach out to them and ask, okay, there's look at that double alerts at the same time, Spy and Tesla, and they're watching each other. Uh, but IB, I would say probably the majority of our traders, not the majority, but I would say uh, of all the brokers out there, more use IB trade ideas than any other ones. Any other ones. So it's I would definitely look at that. That's interactive brokers. That's the only two option is interactive brokers and E Trade. And yeah, E Trade normally works okay, but we have a lot of people that are using that as well. All right, I gotta take some look at maybe some more China. That one's looking good. Little alert. That's a nice little wedge there. When I start trading on Tuesday, you must have Monday leftovers. Uh, well, I'm gonna have a typically I'm being a swing trader. I'm always gonna have some leftovers unless I just have nothing, and that's rare. That probably probably should be some days where I go home with nothing, but typically if you're a swing trader, I'm always gonna have two or three positions anyway. But yeah, I'm gonna have leftovers pretty much every day. Now, if you consider yourself a day trader, you need to go home flat every day. It's actually trying to break out of a range. Well, I'm coming back. Uh, I'm trying to think, Peter. My travels kind of took me, from day trading to swing trading. So obviously, I spent so many years. I was obviously I was doing some swing trading too in my like in my other account, 401ks and things like that. But so I don't know. Obviously a lot of the principles, the same principles are going to apply. So most of it's psychological. Now I know for me it's and well, I shouldn't say it's a lot less stressful, swing trading because you're not sitting there, jonesing on one uh riot going to Lowe's here. I mean, a lot of times I think your stops are a lot easier and to maintain, when you're swing trading because you have time to think about it. You have time, to obviously set it. A lot of times in your day trading, you may just enter a trade. You have a stop in mind, goes against you, then you start talking yourself out of it. Anyway, it's just a lot lesser to go through your progressions, as a swing trader because it's more time and it's just less stressful. Whereas a day trading, you get too caught up in the emotions of trading. And I'm not saying you can't do it. Obviously, there's people that do it very well out there, but uh, it's just a little more difficult as a day trader. Yeah, I'm not. I just don't think personally we're going to see a big old bounce right here. I may be wrong, but just my years of training just tells me what I've seen over the last, couple of weeks. I'm seeing a lot of failed breakouts in stocks, a lot of just slopping around. Couldn't go higher. Election coming up, like I said, I could be wrong, but I feel like I would feel a lot more comfortable if it got its target down there. It's 50 period moving average, and also you got that level of support. Now you got put one right here too, because this was the breakout level, so we could come back and test this, which is, I think, Sirop was making a comment about that level. Uh, that's could be what we're looking at over the next few days. This is why when you're trading, you always keep the backdrop of the market, and this I've really lightened up, over the last. And I haven't really given back. I think this is the first day that I've been negative in a while, a lot, just because you have to adjust. You have to feel, what's happening, and the same action that you got over here, obviously you're not getting it over here. So that's what the quicker you're able to realize that and adjust, the better you're going you're going to be at trading. I mean, AI is a prime example. This stock was looking beautiful coming into yesterday, right? You had a go and you had a pause and you had a big level of resistance here. Boop, boop. And I was in it. I actually added to my position when it broke through, but seeing way too much of this lately. And it just tells me now I got out. I mean, I'm not stupid, but uh, now maybe after the election, things find a direction. Not sure which direction that will be, but right now we're kind of just pretty sloppy. The window called that is below my current window, the racing one. Oh, yeah, these are just stock races. They're relative strength from the open. Okay, they're going to give you stocks that are basically kind of moving in the 2 minute time frame. So anytime you click on one of these, more than likely you're going to see, or not more than likely, you're going to see a green candle, and it's good for day trading momentum. This is a great one. I can share it with you. Okay, this is relative strength. And this one is just stocks that are above all their moving averages. Now, these don't have to be anywhere near highs. Okay, although that one is. These are just going to show you stocks that are all above their moving averages and performing very well. So obviously, these could be used for day trading as well. So I'll share this one with you as well. Above moving averages. You're welcome. Bitcoin is trying to fail on this little breakout. Tiger trying to get back above 50. Nice. Good job, Joe. Yep, once you get it down, yes, save it for sure. Once you get that down, I'm going to be watching this Mara. If it comes down, this is sometimes when if its stock is overextended. I tried this earlier, full disclosure, and I had to get out, and they got me because I was trying it on the 20. But this is one where you have your trend line and your 50 meeting. Not only that, you got major support. So obviously, ugly day, but this is one I will try again, right at this move it up a little bit. Probably around 65, 60, in between 65 and 60. and it would just be for a scalp. I would not be looking to hold it. All right, I'm gonna thin out of some of this. Bear with me. This Teledoc, I do not like the action. It's total guessing game right now. If it breaks down below that level right there, 890, I'm gonna get out of some of it. Oh, good. Okay, nice. Glad you got it working, Joe. 'Gonna sell half of this YNN, YINN. PDD on highs. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Riot and Mara is getting close. Take a look at it and see how it acts here. '59 is technically the 50 period moving average. It's got a stupid gap fill back here. You shouldn't have any trouble selling one share, Joe. If you're selling partial shares, I mean, I know there's some companies out there that will do partial shares, but fractional shares, I should say. And I can't help you there, but one share, you should be able to use your same market limit just like you would do 100 shares. Oh, you're talking about trade ideas, and it won't let you sell it? Just try highlighting it like this, you know, just highlight it and then hit the flatten and see if it'll sell. I thought you were talking about with your broker, but on trade ideas, yeah, you should be able to do that. You got to make sure your accounts are all you're in the right paper trading account and not somewhere else. But if you have, you know, okay, there you go. KK Web continuing to get a bounce. Try some. Yeah, Michael, those analysts. I That's why I try to focus on price action. But yeah, I don't care. I don't care for analysts at all. Yeah, you can separate them. Yep, just you got to click on the account that you want. If you have it on all accounts, it's going to pull all of them over, Joe. Very nice bounce in some of the China stocks. PDD actually went positive. Yeah, that, I mean, it is obviously still up 8.5% on the day, but some nasty action. I remember they had a lot of red flags over the years. I mean, Ackman, was it Ackman that was short this thing forever? And he, that's back when it wouldn't stop going up. Everybody knew he was heavily shorted, and they just kept squeezing him. I'm not sure if he what he ended up doing with that. One to definitely keep an eye on if it gets above this 782. Yeah, Trader 77. It's I agree. You got Microsoft that had nasty earnings. Uh, was it Netflix or Meta? It was Meta. Meta had bad earnings. They're selling off. You do have a few sectors holding up the market. Tan sector strong. The oil sector is getting. It's like when anytime tech is weak, you buy financials and oil. Or China. Buy China. Nice move by PDD. eBay is ugly. Then this thing in pre-market, aftermarket yesterday traded all the way down to 50. Show you the at post-market. To look at this thing. Oh wait, wrong chart. Look at that thing. Whew, bam. Nice to have a bid out there. Silver wants to do the double dipsy doodle. I can see it already. Rum trying to dig in. Yeah, this market's in wait and see mode. Okay, LO coming, poking his little head up. I think they got more to go though. Yeah, Michael, yes, I mean I could think all I want regarding the fundamentals, but until the price action backs up the story, and to me, I think that would be getting above this level right here. It's just, Tesla thought they had great earnings too, but the market's got a hold of it, pulled it back after two great days after earnings. Uh, bought, bought a little more, but I won't get aggressive on this thing just because the price is not justifying me doing so. But getting back to your HLF, yeah, I mean, I could see that's a key level right there to me. And I think if it gets back above that, you're taking out basically almost a 2 month high and a level of resistance. So that would be that would be strong. I think if it takes out that, it's a real good chance it goes back to highs. Oh, well, I'm very familiar with China, uh, Anthony, but yeah, I'm just Michael. I'm not the type that lets some analyst on Bloomberg keep me away from a stock from a chart that's setting up. I know when to pick my points on these things, and that's why I make more money on China stocks than I do anything. And you can see I trade everything, but when they set up for a possible move, like this TIGR, I mean, yeah, there's a good chance it doesn't go anywhere. That's fine, but I also know that to me it's setting up. In other words, after the sell off, okay, it's gone actually it's creeped a little bit higher, but for a week it's basing. Okay. I know I'm early to the party, and if this thing does break out, I can add, and I'm going to kill this trade. Uh, but that being said, I know it's a risk for sure. But I mean, my best 2 weeks of trading, obviously this year, was that move that we had in China back over here, just massive. Amazon, I don't know. Uh, it probably like Google, it's probably it'll probably beat, and but yeah, I'm not willing to take a risk on it. You saw what happened to Microsoft. It's just a gambling game. Occasionally, I will. AMD, got destroyed after earnings, still getting beat up. So, historically, I bet if you went back and looked over the last 20 years, Amazon probably went higher after earnings. And if I had to guess, I'd probably say 80% of the time, but that doesn't that doesn't mean it's going to work the time you jump in. Now, that being said, you look how Google traded going into earnings, even AMD trading going into earnings. It may be one that I watch for a move into earnings. In other words, get a nice scalp as, you know, people are betting on them going to blow out numbers. Mr. Barry.
Just a minute, I'm just writing down Amazon is going up today after earnings 80% of the time. So I like those odds. Okay, thank you. I'll be taking Amazon into earnings because that's what you said, right? No?
Probably what I said is true, but I can't risk it being the 20%, where it gets clobbered. So
Exactly. And well, it's funny
yeah,
because look what happened with Meta and
yeah,
Microsoft.
exactly.
And,
AMD,
pardon me,
AMD as well.
and AMD.
Yeah.
But Amazon, of course, is trying to get heavily invested in AI, obviously.
Hmm.
And that's the reason why Meta and Microsoft went down, in theory, anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, you know as well as I do, every time this new technology comes out, it gets overextended, and uh, doesn't mean there's not probably going to be trillions of dollars made in it, but maybe it's just time for a pullback.
Oh boy, sorry, Andy. I am short root. I've been waiting on that stupid root to really maybe get down below 100, and it finally,
Oh,
finally
okay.
did.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I mean, this was one from our AI, of course. Did you see that one from our AI?
Which one? Root?
Root.
No, I'm not seeing it
Oh,
on.
take a look
It,
at it.
okay.
I
What
mean,
was
you
it?
won't believe it. I'm talking root. Not
Oh,
not roots
okay.
in Canada. And look what it did, Andy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I was right. And it's an insurance company. It's not like that was some kind of a
Yeah.
bio or something, but it's an
I,
insurance company.
when I looked
And
this morning, I could not believe, Barry. I'm going, wait, you telling me an insurance company is going to be up like 200? How does that work?
yeah, I know exactly. So I kept watching it under 100, and I took it just under 100,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
it
there
and
you
it
go.
just. But now it's picking up speed.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, I mean, can we get down to? Oh yeah, okay. Now I'm loving it. Okay, I'll let you go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, speaking of which, why, guys, I want to tell you, the AI gets a bad rap, I think, because it has a harder time managing exit, but a lot of time people discount the value it would give you on something like Root, where you got in, basically 93.83, ran all the way up to 116. Okay. So there's obviously some incredible beta there to make some good profits. Now it's rolling over. One would argue, oh man, AI called Root. Now it's good. You know what I'm saying, Barry?
Oh yeah.
It's just, I
Oh,
think it gets a bad rap a lot of times because, you know,
Oh man, Andy, I'm sorry.
nice.
I was waiting on my lunch break forever. If it was hanging, well, forever for us day traders, it
Yeah.
was hanging around that 100 mark forever. And I have not been in one like this. You keep seeing some of these ones that drop $10, $20, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to
You might
drop.
get it.
Well, might get 10 anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Nice.
I'm excited to get back into the room.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
That made my day. Absolutely made my day.
Did
Okay,
you
thanks.
did they have shares, or do you have to put out
No,
borrow?
no.
Okay.
They Interactive Brokers had 418,000 shares,
Oh, nice.
and
Nice.
no big borrow fee. So yeah, I was
Nice.
watching that early today. I was actually kind of surprised with that float. I thought, wow, it can't be too many
I
shares,
know, yeah.
but oh man, this is turning into
Nice.
a nice trade.
There you
I can.
go.
Okay.
Very good.
Thanks,
All
Andy. You're
right,
my good
buddy.
luck charm. I'm gonna rub your head
Yeah.
tonight.
All right,
Okay, my
Barry.
friend.
Yeah.
Have a great time in
Yeah, you have a great
Oklahoma, and
weekend.
we'll see you next week.
All right, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks, everybody. You're welcome, Busra. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'll get back into both rooms. Both rooms. Both rooms. Give me one moment. One moment as I get rid of the announcement. And I'll get my music going. My break, I was watching Root, okay? And I was wondering, will it hold 100? Can it hold 100? And it was just sort of chopping around that 100 mark. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to take a short underneath 100. Now, it was there for half an hour, just underneath 100. And just as I was relieving Andy, look what it did for me. And I'm short this one. And this is really, really made my day, guys. This went from like 100 down to 91. I've covered some right now. And that was a big wow for me. Seriously. I don't normally take stocks like this, this expensive, but I just kept looking at it thinking, okay, I mean, it came from, it's still up 126%. Okay. But it's an insurance company. I mean, but anyway, guys, so that was just a tremendous trade for me, I have to say. But it wasn't easy because every time it kept hitting 100, I thought, get out of it, get out of it. And then all of a sudden we got this. And you know what? You know what kind of helped me was Go No Go. Go No Go kind of helped me in this case. Remember how, I haven't talked about Go No Go that much in the last little while. Well, we had that orange and we had the pink, then we had right to deep purple. And that really helped me stay in this trade. Wow. And, you don't have to take a lot of shares. Stock goes basically $10. You don't have to take a lot of shares to make some pretty decent money. Okay, guys. Well, 101. Now, I still haven't lost sight of the BFRI, just in case the BFRI does its thing at the end of the day, gets over 2 and starts to run. But right now, I'm going to put a price alert at the low now, right there of Root, and see if it can take out 90. And I've traded most out, guys. I mean, I don't want to have this thing because of the float. Look at the float, 9 million in the float. I mean, it could do something crazy up too. So that really, really made my day. Well, I just put a price alert at 90. See all the price alerts I had on it. Okay, guys. Oh man, under 90 now. Under 90 now for Root. And I was amazed how many shorts we had at Interactive Brokers. Almost 500,000 shorts. I was watching Hippo, but I didn't want to click on it because then I wouldn't be able to see my route. So I didn't want to click on it. But boy, Hippo really had a run. I mean, right there off that 23 break. Hippo meaning HIPO, not HIPPO. I was commenting on the route earlier, congratulating. I didn't see anybody say they did do it, but boy, what a short up here. When at the high right up here, 118. So I'll get out the rest of it if it gets over 90 again. Okay. It's under 88.66, 89 on the bid ask. So it gets over 90 again. I'll take out the last bid I've got. I don't have very much more, but I'm talking about the route. So Michael Anthony, I mean, I don't know if that's a serious question or not. I mean, could Hood bounce back from these levels? Of course it could, but it might not. So I don't know if you're asking a question exactly or because, how can I possibly know? I mean, anything is possible in the market. But let's take a look at it. I mean, it's already bounced, from 23 up to 24. So, well, if root's going down to 80, so the VWAP is 24.36 for Hood. Just at a okay. So there's the VWAP. So right now it's got to get through the VWAP. Okay, that's one thing because the VWAP could act as resistance, Michael. So I'm waiting for a bid to get over 90 for root for me to get out. 89.57 right now. So this is what I'm looking at, guys. I'm looking at time and sales. I'm looking at this. We get a bid of 90 and I'll get out. I'll have done extremely well on this one. But we're not getting a bid of 90. And oh man. I hope you're right, Busra. It gets down to 80. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? I haven't really looked at the overall market. So yeah, so the NAS is getting slapped. Dow's down, and the SPY is down big too. So well, if it will, then buy it, then short it, Busra. You're so sure. I got a booster in our YouTube room. William, tell me you shorted Root. That seemed to be something in up your alley. I feel badly for the person yesterday. That wasn't you, was it, Busra? Who asked me about what did I think about Peloton going into earnings? And I mean, just like somebody, I know somebody asked about Amazon in the room, in the YouTube room when you were talking to Andy. And I don't know, I can't remember if he said exactly the same thing, but I mean, I just don't trade through earnings. I'll trade after. And I did say, I mean, when you look at the action on Peloton, it looked pretty good, ahead of earnings, but you just never know. Oh, I have no idea if Root made a profit. No idea. I didn't check. Remember, I don't care about financials, Michael, so much. I just care about what the chart is telling me. But I have no idea if Root made any money. So that's the reason, I guess. Soars 175% on first ever net income profitability milestone. So this is the first ever net income profitability on both quarter to date and year to date basis. So there you go. But I did not know that. Well, guys, what time is it now? 1:10. So I will go over my homepage one last time. Now, this promo code, I think is still good into sometime into November, which is tomorrow. Might be to the end of the week. Can't remember what the email said. If you're wondering why this screen goes dark all the time, it's because I'm getting rid of my favorites bar, and the way Edge does it is kind of ridiculous. The way Chrome does it, all you have to do is just click anyway. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. But I like Edge. I like Edge. Clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, here's how you can take on a subscription, Barry 15 for 20, sorry, Barry 25 for 25% off. First month only. Okay, that's the first month only. After that, you'll pay full month or full rate or the entire year. So my recommendation is if you're looking to try us out, you can always try us out for a month at 25% off. If within the month you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor that 25%. Okay. And again, the reason we're taking out an annual is just because you're obviously your per month, payment is lower than going month to month. But you've got to come up with the money up front. And as always, guys, if you're going to take out a subscription, really appreciate it if you use my code. If you use my code, that will really help to keep this room free. It's really that simple. Okay, using my code will keep the room free. Come on, Root Break 89. If you do take out a subscription, you must do that get started. This is a software program, so obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do in these 10 short videos is to quickly get you started. The download and install, first startup and login, talking about our toolbar, and then down here, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, you must do that. That's the first thing you have to do. Oops. Trading 101. Now, if you're new to trading, this is for you. A whole series of videos designed for people 88, sorry, 87. Sorry, guys. The root, I've not been in one. I'm not sure I've ever been in one like this where I've shorted something near $100. I don't usually take trades in this price range. Anyway, Trading 101 is for you if you're new to trading, okay? Series of videos designed for you, and it is free. Stock of the day video. I actually did it on Root, not knowing I was going to short it later on, but stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here, and then here are my scans. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm displaying. I'll show you the ones I'm displaying. The large cap gainers from the open is here. Pulse resumes is over here. Now I did a reboot of Trade Ideas around noon Eastern, so that's why if you've still got yours up and running, if you have this one, it'll have a lot more. Okay, but I did a reboot, so all the ones are gone from earlier this morning. The upside movers, downside movers is here. Where are you? Here. And then relative strength leaders is here. Okay. But I do have some other scans that I have on my other monitor that I do have up and running. There is a momentum scan. There is a gap continuation or reversal scan. Where are you? Sorry, right here. And then the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout is here. Again, it is not full because I did a reboot. Okay. And it's right here. But I do have other scans that I am. Ooh, you see, I almost blew it, guys. I almost shut down this whole thing, which would have got me out of the. Which would have booted me out of the room. Man, you might be right, Busra. Okay. Wow. And look at that little transition there. I mean, I haven't talked about this very much in the last little while. Nobody seems to want to know anything about the go no goes and the. In fact, I don't have the. Here we go. The browser interface open, but you know what? In fact, I'm not. It's too messy right now for me. But you know that little transition that we used to talk about all the time, going from orange to pink to red or to deep purple, without any. That was very powerful. And look what it did right on the 5-minute chart. All right, what do you like? What is better, Sophie? Well, what do I like better, Sophie or Hood? Well, I mean, Sophie was an earnings play yesterday, right? And it's obviously positive, and it's still, it's still was the day before yesterday, I guess. I mean, obviously, you look at the Sophie chart and versus the Hood chart right now. Anyway, I mean, Sophie looks better, but I have only a couple of thumbnail charts, and of course, this is one of them. Look at this move, guys! Wow. I mean, and the thing is, it's still up. I mean, it's still up 112%. That's the ridiculous thing. Okay, so realistically, there's a low right there around $78. I mean, I don't know, 78.51. That's the low of the day, I guess. Yeah, 78.11 is the low of the day. Now, not the low in the pre-market, of course, but I know, Michael, we just talked about that. That was the press release for it. This first profit ever. All right, guys. Now let's see. ADN. I mean, I'm really not that interested in doing too much. So, guys, I mean, if you have questions, ask away. Okay. This is. I know it's a trading room, but it's a support room also. You don't have to wait for the 12 to 1 hour to ask questions. With when somebody takes over from in a YouTube room, I think that's sort of misunderstanding. I can answer questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my undying attention, I'll certainly let you know, but most of the time that's just not the case. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to let me see something here on this XL. All right, so XL just took out the high of yesterday, 33.38, guys. So 33.38. So this you're right now, it's not that far away. Okay. That is from my little top list scan. It's kind of a scan, top list that I created yesterday, showing stocks that are above that had earnings yesterday. And then now, before somebody says, no, they didn't, they have earnings the day before after hours. Okay. The reaction to earnings was yesterday. Okay. So that's the reaction to earnings for XL. And now it's just a little bit above the high. Okay. And so this could turn into maybe a second day continuation of earnings. Now, the market is not, it's sort of stopping now from moving down. So, oh my goodness. Look at Root now. Sorry, guys. I mean, listen, yeah, I'm excited. I've traded a long time, but I can still get excited about a trade. This is incredible now. Well, thanks, William. In retrospect, it looks really simple, but it wasn't simple. I took it just underneath $100, and it kept, jamming up against 100, and the spread wasn't great. And I was out of my really. It's not my comfort level to do something like this, but I thought, with that float, if it ever gets really moving down, and the volume was tapering off. Look at this. Now the volume is coming back, but on the downside. And I was probably in this for 25, 30 minutes before it finally really, really moved off that 100 mark. But I have to say, I've never been in one like this before. I've always marveled at some. Shady's been in some of these before, shorting some fairly expensive one, and it drops $20, $30. A long time ago, I sort of remember. I'm always amazed when something like that happens. Anyway, well, okay, let's see if I can find anything else just to have a little fun in. By the way, thank you for anybody who has taken out a subscription. I do see the sales coming in. Okay. I do see them with the room getting credit. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It really, excuse me, goes a long way to keeping this room free. Okay, that's because almost for sure, if you right click on your momentum scan, almost for sure, then in view mode you don't have newest first. Okay, you've got group and sort by. Okay, can you do that for me? So right click on the scan, go to properties, and then go to the view mode, and almost for sure it says group and sort by is checked. Or you're in a history, but do that first. Okay, you do have newest first. Okay, now make sure that in the history you're on real time. Right click on history, and make sure you have real time. You're not in some like other history mode, that you have real time, which is today. So right click on the history, or right click again, go over to history, and what do you have checked? Okay. Okay, Nikhil, hopefully I've pronounced your name right. So signed up for Trade Ideas a few days ago, little loss, most interested in trading 4 to 5 stocks that are my key stocks using Go No Go and doing auto trades. Okay, unfortunately, well, first of all, if you're going to do auto trades, you have to set up your own strategy. Okay. Now, unfortunately, Go No Go, you cannot. I mean, it's very difficult. It's sort of difficult to explain, but I mean, Go No Go. Why is it not showing here now? Go No Go. There are some scans for Go No Go, but it's not going to be necessarily your stocks. Okay, so if your key stocks, so for instance, if like root right here, okay, there was a Go No Go, there was a great alert, right? Orange to pink to deep purple. That is a classic, great look at a potential short. But the problem is you're not going to get an alert for that. You have to see it. Okay, so you can't auto trade. The only way you can auto trade, number one, is if you create your own strategy, and then you can auto trade it. But if you're just looking for stocks that are going to trigger on a go no go for your stocks, unfortunately, you can't do it. When you say your key stocks, I mean, now, how many stocks are your key stocks? How many of them approximately? And it doesn't matter if they change from day to day, but how many? Because if it's a manageable number, it's like four or five. Oh, four or five. I'm sorry, I got to read. All right, this is what I would do. I would create I would create four or five charts. Okay. Make sure you've got go no, well, you obviously have go no go. Okay, you know how to get it into the go no go chart, right? So that it looks like this, these colors. If not, let me know, okay? You might want to come into the main room also because there's a little bit of delay in YouTube. But I'll keep going. Okay. So this is what I would do. Now, depends on the time frame. What time frame do you want to use? Understanding you will never be able to auto trade, okay? But okay, daily, okay. You want to okay, well, and are you looking to do an intraday trade though? I mean, you want to take, but this is like a day trade, but you're going to use a daily chart? Yeah, I mean, but are you just looking to day trade the four or five stocks and then getting out of them and then having another four or five the next day, or even the same ones? Because this is the only way you could really realistically do it. You could create four or five of these charts, and then put the time frame you want. You want to put hourly, that's fine. If you're going to day trade, though, I don't know about a daily chart. Okay, I would probably even want to have a 5 minute chart. If you use a 15 minute chart, it might be too late to get in. Okay, because this is all you can do now. You can have your four or five charts of the stocks you want to follow, and then just wait for the transitions. I mean, it's going to, you only have four or five charts. It won't be that difficult to do. And then you can now you know what the transition you're looking for is though. Are you looking to go long or short, or does it matter? Because if you've read the if doesn't matter. Okay. So So again, just to show you here, okay? So if you watch the go no go video, you understand the color transitions, okay? So if it's orange, it's basically saying don't take the trade at all. We don't see any advantage going one way or the other, long or short. When it turns to pink, saying okay, we're getting a bit of a transition, but we still don't have absolute confirmation. When we get to purple, deep purple, that is more of the confirmation. Okay, you can take the short. Now, do they all work? Of course not. Okay. The most powerful transition will be this going from orange directly to purple or only the pink in between. That'll be the most powerful. Now you can have orange and a couple of pinks and then getting the transition. But what I found is that the most powerful transition in seemingly, and now this is a like a fantastic demonstration of that. Of course, they're not all going to be like this. And then the reverse would be going from orange to light blue, I'm sorry, what was the, no, to green, and then the light blue. And then, of course, the light blue meaning, let's see if I can find one. Going from orange to the, well, I guess what's called cyan. I call it green, and then blue. And that would mean, okay, go long. But understand, you won't get an alert. You can't auto trade it. You're going to have to see it and then trade it, okay, manually. But it shouldn't be that big a deal. You only have 4 or 5 stocks. So, and in the 4 or 5 stocks, it's not that they're all going to trigger. But you cannot auto trade. The problem, because you can't auto trade, because we don't have an alert that says this. You see, we don't have an alert. It's sort of more. It's more visual. You have to see it. But if you only have 4 or 5 stocks, it's, to me that wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, you just put the 4 or 5 stocks, put some nice big charts, and just watch them. If that's all you want to do, you don't care about anything else. You don't have you don't like all the stuff I've got going on. If I just had 4 or 5 charts, it wouldn't be the biggest. It wouldn't be that difficult to do. Let me know how that works, okay? Because now I'm assuming you saw the video. You saw the video on Go No Go. You read the information on it and about the color transition. But I would not. I mean, a daily chart is not going to help you day trade, in my opinion, at all. You're going to have some kind of an intraday. And see, the problem with a 15-minute would be that by the time, even if you had this transition, the stock may already move quite a bit down already. With obviously the early I would probably not go more than a 5 or less than a 5 minute or more than a 5 minute, sorry, chart. Okay. And to be honest, the go no go is almost based on a 3 minute chart. I mean, you could even try a 3 minute chart just to see, and get the trends, and then, figure out if it still makes sense to trade it. Just because you get this little transition doesn't 100% mean you're going to trade it, but at least you're going to know about it. So I would, at the very least, I would try a 5 minute chart. I might even try a 3 minute chart. No, no, no. I can help you with that one. Okay, so here's how you can do it. Okay, the question is how to get a go no go chart. So what you can do is something like this. So if you go click on the dog channel bar, which I know you've done, and then you go to the go no go charts, and of course here's the video I was talking about. So as you probably know, once you click on the go no go charts, this is not a go no go chart. You have to click on any symbol you see here, and that turns it into the go no go chart. Okay. So that's number one. Now you can take this chart, right click, and duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay. Duplicate it into a free floating window When you do that, this is what happened. It popped on one of my other monitors. Now it's free floating. Now it'll always be a go, no go chart. Now you can do it. Then all you have to do is just duplicate it 3 times or 4 times to get 4 or 5 of them. Okay. Does that make sense? So let me do it again. You've clicked on your channel from new dock channel bar, and then you clicked on the go no go charts. This will always appear. It will not default to a go no go chart until you click on something here. But I'm sure you must have done that. And then right click, duplicate into free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this, okay? You're taking it out of the channel. And now you can, mess around with it any way you want. Mess around. Well, you can create you can create the number of charts you want and then create a layout with those charts in there. I know, Pepe, you're probably going, no. Hey, no problem. I love questions, guys. It keeps me interested. Okay. I mean, 6 hours on the mic, it's, it can be a little tedious. The mornings are usually pretty alive, but sometimes in the afternoons it can get kind of a dreary. So love the questions. And guess what, guys? You know what's not going to do it? BFRI. It does not look like it's going to do it. Yeah, it's giving it up way too much. I was really hoping it would keep between the VWAP and 2 and then have a pop in the afternoon through the 2 level and really run. But I don't think it's going to do it. It's giving it up way too much now. All right, guys. Well, Root is, I'm done as it was starting to approach that 80 level. So just an awesome trade. What do I think about BMY? Let's take a look at BMY from Bushra in our YouTube room. So it's an earnings play. Okay, number one. Okay, we can see it's an earnings play. So, for me, it's been a little bit choppy on the, excuse me, on the 5. Excuse me, on the 5-minute chart. So what I see on a 15. So if you know who Steve Gomez is, Trade Ideas, he's usually in their trading room, in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 on Thursdays. He'll be there tomorrow. He and Andy switched. So he loves this. If you can see my 15-minute chart, he loves his 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. So you can see what it did. It broke a little bit above it, and it looks like it's trying to hold it as support. That's all I can say. Okay. Now, as far as you're saying it had great earnings, well, the market's reacted, obviously positively, but that's all I can say on a technical basis. Never mind the fundamentals of earnings at all. That it's holding. It's trying to hold that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Where's the VWAP? 54.97. So now that's the other issue, though. It's just below the VWAP. So we'll probably have to take out the VWAP. It's just underneath the VWAP. So for me, we'll probably have to take out 55 also if I wanted to take this trade. But certainly the VWAP is over it. So I mean that could act as resistance unless it pops through it. But if you're asking me great earnings, therefore should I take this? Well, again, I don't look at the actual earnings The chart usually tells me whether or not the market has reacted well or not. Okay, guys. So William says he will keep the main room open until around 4. There's some earnings plays around 4. So when I take off, sometime between 2:30 and 3, the main room will be open until 4ish. Okay. And I will encourage anybody who's in YouTube now to maybe make the main room your permanent home. And it's there's a lot more action in there. You can also post things in there, like charts and maybe links and things like that. Whereas you cannot do that in YouTube. And how to get into the main room is clicking on my homepage link, and you might have to expand this just a little bit, and then you see where it says trading room right there. So I mean, it's a little. I mean, it's not complicated, but it's not. YouTube is obviously very simple. It's a one step, and that's it. To get into here, you have an email address. You create but it's not that big a deal. And I think it's a lot more. If you're interested in interacting with more traders, and this is a far better room. Okay, the YouTube is fine if you just want to perhaps listen to me and maybe see my screen, but you don't care about interacting with anybody. And when I say interacting, I'm talking. I mean, there are other traders in the room who are putting out ideas. So you could look at an idea that they're putting out and going, that makes sense to me, or no, it doesn't. And again, I'm not. That's not a real. I suppose it's not a threat, but there's a part of me that just wants to shut down YouTube because it just causes my. Even though right now my computer's not doing too badly, but when I shut down YouTube, my computer's like it's brand new. Your VWAP is not the same as my VWAP. Well, this is the company VWAP. It's 1180. So for instance, what do you have for ALHC as an example? Now it uses pre-market data. Where are you getting your VWAP data? I don't put the VWAP on. I don't put it on the chart. Okay, I like a very unmessy chart. But what VWAP, for instance, do you have for ALHC? Because I have 1180, and I've checked. Every now and then people say, well, that VWAP doesn't look the same as mine, and I've asked other people with other charting programs and all, and what do they have for VWAP, and usually it's pretty darn close. A couple of pennies here and there. But what is the VWAP that you have for ALHC? Okay, just so we can compare. I have 1180. I'm just using that as an example. So, Bushra, can you answer that? Just so I because it's hard for me to know if you're saying it's not the same, but I need something. I need something to refer to. I know our VWAP works in the pre-market, so maybe that's the issue. But well, the VWAP is the VWAP, of course. Okay, it's only one number. Okay, but what are you trying to change it to? Like, why would you want to? I mean, it's a set number. It changes, of course, as the volume comes in at higher prices or lower prices. But you're not answering the question I have for you. You're saying your VWAP is not the same as mine, but what VWAP are you using? Like what? And can you not go to a chart like ALHC and tell me what you have for VWAP? Well, the VWAP is a set number. It's not a well. Now you're talking VWAP one, two, three, and four. This is today's VWAP. Okay. I don't use the VWAP of days gone by, which is sort of like the anchored VWAP. But we do have something I've never used it. Okay, VWAP one is today's VWAP, and then we got two, three, four, and five, which are previous days. See if I do this and I type in VWAP. So that's today's VWAP. I get, and this is the day before, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Okay. Well, the VWAP doesn't change. Okay. When you're intraday, it's the same. It doesn't matter if you're looking at a 15-minute chart. The VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay. This is the daily VWAP, today's VWAP, whether it doesn't change, whether you're looking at a 15 or a 5 or a 2 or a 1. The VWAP is a set number, almost like saying, what's the gap on the 15-minute chart? Well, the gap is the first print of the day. It's a set number. Okay. It's a set number. It doesn't matter if you're looking at a 15-minute chart or a 2-minute chart or a 5-minute chart. Well, this is just a single stock window. You can have this. It's a single stock window. Yeah, I don't have it on my chart. I like having a single stock window because you see all this information here. I like to see all that at a glance rather than have it muddy up. I could have this information on all my scans. I could have it somehow. I could have some of this on my charts. I rather have it just here at a glance. And this is just called the single stock window, which I'm sharing. But if I click on new, so if I go to the toolbar and click on new and single stock window, now something like this will appear for you. And all these are just filters. Okay, these are just filters. If I right click, so you can customize this window to show you the data you want. Okay. Again, these are just filters. If I configure it and column, see, these are all the filters that we've got. Well, over here, all the filters that we have. If I click on more, these are all the filters that we've got. And so you could add them, into here. This is what I like to see, the position and ranges. But it's all customizable. Well, the VWAP If you're talking about a BMY, it is almost $55, $54.97. That's why I was saying it's slightly underneath the VWAP. And I'm pretty confident with this number, okay? I mean, I'm not saying our data is infallible, but so where are you seeing 53? Yeah, so I don't on the chart, I have no idea what it's going to say. Okay. I think there was an issue with the charting in the VWAP, but let me just for argument's sake. That's why I don't use it on the chart. But let me just see what would happen if I did. I didn't even wonder if it doesn't work. And yeah, I just don't use the VWAP on the chart. This number right there, I like. Again, I think a single stock window is excellent because you, at a glance, you can see the things that are important to you. You know, is it an earnings play? What's the float? You know, I love to see the position range. You hear me talk all the time. Wow, this is an all-time high. You know, there's that because I have the position and lifetime range. I This is what I like to see, and certainly VWAP. Yes, I want to see the VWAP, and of course the 200-day moving average. So I mean, if you wanted this, in essence, like this, it's on my homepage. Oh, I see. It's a black color. I see. Okay, so that's why it didn't show up. Okay. I have it. Let me put it in a new chart area. Oh, I see. Okay. Still don't see it. Unless I didn't apply it. Yeah, it was not. Oh, you know, I'm intrigued. That's all. I just want to. I'm not going to use it, but I mean, I am intrigued. Let's put maybe magenta or something. I thought I had to do apply also. I did. I did click add. I did. I'll try one more time. VWAP. Come on. Modify the color. I'm going to set magenta or pink. Okay, it turned. Okay, add. Not doing it. It is definitely not doing it. So I don't have to. Do I have to be in the? By the way, William, I know Tyler very well. Tyler is an excellent, excellent teacher. That's who I actually. I let me try to figure. Let me try to figure this out first. Okay. First of all, I'm sure I don't have to be in the browser interface, but ah, maybe I did. I had to be in the browser interface. Yeah, okay. I had to be in the browser interface. So it looks, I mean, trying to eyeball this, I mean, the VWAP here is 55.97 or 54.97. I mean, this is, about $55. I mean, it's pretty, it looks to me like it's very, very close. I'm just trying to eyeball it. Okay. So you have to be in the browser interface for me anyway, before well, well, when I get out of the browser interface, I don't see it anymore. When I go to browser interface, maybe it's because I'm on this development version, Pepe. So Tyler, oh, a non-go no-go chart. Okay, yeah, that shouldn't be though, of course. At any rate, it looks like it was about the same. How do we? When you say set it up the other way, you mean as a single stock window? You can go to my. If you're talking about wanting to have a single stock window that kind of looks like mine, just go to my home page, and I'm sharing it. Is that what you mean? Talking to Boozra in our YouTube room. So yeah, Tyler is a first class guy. Okay, first class guy. Yes, I know, Dak. Okay, just let me continue with Boozra here. Okay, so if you click here on my scans, I have a single stock window. It should look very similar. Here we are. It should look very similar to this. It'll certainly have the VWAP on it. Okay. And that's it. Okay. Now you can customize it. You can put your own filters in. These are just Trade Ideas filters. Okay. From standard, all our standard filters. Yeah. So I recommend any free stuff you can see from Tyler. I recommend it. just quickly, when I first started wanting to do online trading, I went to a company in Canada, well, a brokerage in Canada called Disnat. Okay. And Disnat offered his course for free. And it's a very extensive course. He lays it out really, really well. It's got great, great videos. But if you weren't a Disnat subscriber, it was $2,500. Probably still well worth. I'm not saying to buy it, okay, but anyway, bottom line is because I was a Disney subscriber, I had access to all his videos, and they were the ones that really got me understanding, looking at candlestick charts, the whole bit, and also money management. But he's an extremely good guy, and he put on seminars, and I actually saw him a couple of times in Vancouver, met him. I actually, believe it or not, I actually ran his trading room for a couple of months. And yeah, Dak was there. So I know Tyler very well. He's probably I mean, that's years and years and years ago. Wow, 5,900 Canadian. Wow, it used to be about 2,200 Canadian. I'm not saying to do it, okay, but as far as an individual, first class guy. No BS. Not. I'm going to show you how you can take $100 and turn it into 100 million in a week. No, no BS. And he was the one. You've heard me say this before. If you have to rely on trading to make money, forget about it. When I say rely on trading to make money, if you have to rely on trading to pay your bills, your mortgage, your food, your car payments, your kids' tuition, all the expense, and you have to make money every single month to cover it all. You don't have a unless you've got a huge account, unless you have a second income, it is awfully hard. I'll never forget that. Just previous days, Busra. Okay, just previous days VWAPs. VWAP 1 is today. It's the only one I use because I only care about today. But those are the previous days VWAPs. All right, guys. 2:09. So I have another 20 minutes or so. Again, I'll always say later if there are questions. Okay. But if there are no questions, I'll hang around at 2:30, 2:35. If there are no more questions, then I'll probably take off. But the main room will still be open until around 4 o'clock. Okay. But I do have to shut down YouTube. There you go, Daniel. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, you've got to make money to pay your bills. Now, your BMY, by the way, Booster, this is looking, 54.97. So It's above the VWAP now. It is above the VWAP. And it is also, that 10 SMA, that yellow line on my 15-minute chart. That's the 10 SMA that Steve Gomez loves. And you can see how it came into it a few times, but it held. He would look at that as pretty decent support. Oh, no problem. I love the questions, guys. I do. Truly, I love the questions. All right, guys. So you guys are talking about that SMCI. Where is it now? Zero? Not quite. Okay. Oh man, I mean, you talk about this came out yesterday, of course, but imagine if you were a shareholder of this company the day before yesterday, thinking, okay, SMCI, it's been a super active stock. And then you read, and Ernst and Young, major auditors, and coming up with a statement that we are resigning due to information that has recently come to our attention, which has led us to no longer be able to rely on management's and the audit committee's representations, and to be unwilling to be associated with the financial statements prepared by the management. Oh, oh, I mean, now of course the company is trying to try to paint a slightly better picture on it. Supermicro disagrees with EY's decision to resign, and we're working diligently to select a new auditor. Well, they were only hired last year, so they had another auditor before that. I don't know what happened to them. That's ugly, though. But there you go, Aristox, aristocratic. I want to say in our YouTube room, saying that he's got his wife with a regular income, so I have the mental support and the flexibility to have losses. Yeah. So I didn't see that. So Hindenburg also came up with slamming SMCI, or was that before? That wasn't yesterday, was it? Well, didn't Hindenburg come out a long time ago? Well, we're already putting the fear. Maybe it was here. I think it was probably here, wasn't it? Look at that week right there. It went from 61 down to 39. Yeah, I think it was this week. Yeah, William is saying the same. So it looks like it probably was this week right here of August the 20th, the week of August the 26th. Whoa, look at Root now. I'm not in it. I it almost doesn't count, but I almost reshorted it underneath 80. Got up to that 80 level right there. And I thought, man, but I just didn't, because of the float. Okay. I just didn't want to have it, put on $5 or $6 on me in a heartbeat. So I decided not to. I didn't want to Tempt the trading gods. Yeah, Valiant. Not Valiant anymore, right? But boy, that was there is no more VRX, is it? Didn't they turn into Bausch and Lomb or yeah, BHC or something? It's funny, well, not really funny, I guess, but when our AI was first launched in sort of its infancy, now I want to say October or November of 2015. We didn't start really keeping data until 2016. I think that's when I will call an official launch of our AI. But we had it out there for people to see it, I think in October of 2015. And the very first alert was to short VRX. And this was when VRX was, I don't know, a couple of $100 and it went down to about 100. And we went, wow, is this how the AI is going to be every day? Like our PNL that we showed was like, 50,000 or something, 75,000 or something crazy thing that day. It was crazy. And of course, if you had kept it, I mean, it kept moving down, down, down. I don't even remember what the issue was. What was the issue? Was it another accounting issue? I don't even remember what it was. 2015. I mean, it had to be 2015. I mean, we're almost talking 10 years ago. Oh, oh, Poe. Is it over $1 yet? Not yet. Well, you know what? I see what you're doing. I mean, you just never know, do you? So, what's the harm of, loading up on this stupid thing way down here? And, if your stop is, I don't know where your stop is, but, and if it does something stupid, again, TWG. I don't think it was a failed drug. I don't think it was. It had to be something even worse than that. Okay. Your wish is my command. And I'll put notes just for O. Okay. Oops. There you go. All right, guys. Well, normally I would have put myself on mute and at mutant at two mute at 2 o'clock, but too much was going on. So you too, Shaw. So the non-YouTube channel is right here. Okay. Click on my homepage link. And when you do that, this is what you're going to see at the very top here. You see where it says trading room? You might have to expand it a bit, but just expand it so you can see trading room. Okay. And that'll get you into the trading room, what I'll call the main room. That room is usually open around, well, probably no later than 7 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. Okay. I think draw sometimes opens maybe a little bit earlier, sometimes 6:30. I don't get on the mic until 9, but that room is actually open early. And why don't I do it? Well, that's 4 o'clock my time and or 3:30 my time. So being on the West Coast, I'm not going to do that. No problem, Busra. Whew. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wind this up. It's 2:22, another maybe 10 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. Yeah, just looking at Bitcoin. So yeah, Bitcoin's softer today, down about $1,500. I see that. This one I did short earlier on. I did not hold it, of course. Except for this jog up. I mean, this has been sort of a great all day short APTV. I did not hold it, but that showed up on. You know what? I can't remember where it showed up. Many, many scans. I mean, I'm seeing it down here, APTV. Probably, I think it. I know where it showed up. It showed up on the gap continuation or reversal scan. This was a gap down and go early. Oh, you were able to log in with E-Trade. Okay. Now, Joe, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay. But I'm glad you were able to log into E-Trade, get it connected, but you don't have to. I think people, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Joe, but I think people get the wrong idea that, you have to use Brokerage Plus that we have to trade from within Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, there are some tools called the external linking tool in which we link with many brokers. Linking in this fashion means when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from there you trade it. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade so that we can actually use this little module we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas and your IB or E-Trade account. But it's not necessary. It's not necessary. I think people think that, well, if I've got an E-Trade account or IB account, I must use Brokerage Plus. No, I have Interactive Brokers. I've never used Brokerage Plus. I always trade from within my IB account. Exactly. The software is designed to find, good ideas. Is the go-no-go strategy aware of support and resistance levels? Well, again, we had a question about that yesterday. Somebody, support and resistance, Stuart, are very subjective. I mean, my idea of support might be very different from yours and 10 other people. Okay. So the answer is no. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, technically, I don't know I don't know, what it's doing here exactly. Okay. APTV. I mean, regarding support and resistance, all I know is that, when you get the color transition, it's basically telling you something. Now, whether that is, coming into support or resistance, I have no idea. I mean, in theory, if it's telling you, well, I guess you should go short now, APTV right here. In theory, it's probably looking like it wants to keep moving down before it hits any sort of support. But what that is, I don't know. The software has been, it's not our software, or it's a third-party software, so I could not tell you that. But it's obviously based on something, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know 100% sure, but if you had a sell signal for it, I'm pretty sure the 200-day moving average wouldn't be just underneath it, as an example. Okay. So again, and also remember, it all depends on the time frame you're using. If you're using a 5-minute time frame, you may get a transition, but if you use a 15 or a 10 or a 60-minute, you may not get the same transition from the one color to the next. Oh, look at roots now. Holy, not roots, but root. Wow. I really have to stop myself from wanting to short this under 70. Thank you, Pepe. So that's what it's looking at. EMA crosses across different time frames. It should be all in that video, I hope, if you looked at the video. So it's not so much support and resistance areas. Again, support and resistance can be very subjective. Ah, there you are. See, you made it into the room. So the blue arrow up, if I click on, let me click on an alert here, okay? I'll click on eBay. No, that's a bad example. Just a minute, bad example. If I click on right now, APTV right here. If you can see on my chart, all the blue arrow up is telling me that, you know what, let me do one earlier. It'll make a lot more sense, something earlier. Let's take a look at GPRE. Okay, I'll click on GPRE right now. So you see the blue arrow, and I wish I had a way to change the color, but anyway. So what all the blue arrow is telling you is that when you click on when I clicked on that, that is the candle or the bar in this case where the alert happened. Okay, on a 5-minute chart. If I look at a 15-minute chart, again, it's probably hard to see, but on a 15-minute chart, that's the candle. If I had a 1-minute chart, it would be pointing at the 1-minute bar. Okay, that's all it's telling you. It's not telling you to go long or anything. It's just designating this was where the alert was. So you could kind of go back in time and say, well, and you see this, and that's why I like to go. That's why I like to have a don't repeat, because I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? Well, you can see this was a gap up and reversal scan. So you can see that after that alert, look what happened. Now, that alert actually happened probably even earlier if I can go back in time. But that's the meaning of the blue arrow. It's not telling you to go long because it's up. Okay, it's just telling you that's the candle in which the alert happened. When you click on any alert, okay, if I click on in my momentum scan, I'll go back in time here, CNNE at 12:41. There was the alert right there. Okay, that's on the 5-minute chart, and there it is on the 15. Look what it did since. So how painful was it to come into the room, Jane? Nikhil, how painful was it? Very easy. Thank you. See, guys, in YouTube, it's very easy to come into the room, into the main room. And you're right, the main room quality is better. Well, YouTube, I mean, it's limited. I mean, you don't have all the tabs, and you can't, for instance, if you had a scan that you wanted me to look at or wanted to share to the room, you can't do it in YouTube, but you can post links like that in the main room. Yeah, so that's what William is talking about. We do have tabs. So there's a general market talk. I think when you come into the room, you're automatically in here, but here's the specific stocks, talking about specific stocks in this tab here, my home page. And I know there's a notes section that you guys can see all the time, I guess. Yeah, I don't see it. I have to do this, but I guess this is a notes section up here. And again, this room will be open until 4 o'clock. So it's 2:34 right now, guys. So if there are no more questions, I think I will take off. Again, thanks for all the help all day long. I will get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So what I'm going to do now, I'll hang around for another minute just in case there is a last minute question. Otherwise, I'm going to stop the screen sharing in the main room, mute myself, and then I have to shut down YouTube. Linksys, YouTube. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions. So first thing I'm going to do is shut down YouTube. Again, I'll put my homepage link in here again. Okay, there's my homepage link again. So if you click on it, might have to expand the window a little bit, but at the top, there's something called Trading Room, and that's how you can get into the other room. Okay, so I'm shutting down YouTube right now.